agendas or signatures or back there. They've taken them all. Speak at end?
If there's no agendas.
Yeah, there's no more there.
No
Copies. Good call. Especially as I'm about to announce it.
Oh. Okay.
Good evening, good folks, and welcome to this general session for this Valentine's Day, February 14th, 2023, of the City of Muskegon City Commission. Welcome. Before we get into our business, we're going to be led by call to order, then prayer and pledge of allegiance, which you're welcome to join us. And before we get into our public comments, presentations, and our business, if you would like to speak, we're going to have two public comment periods, one at towards the beginning of the meeting, prior to any commission deliberation or votes, and then that's on agenda items. So if there's an item on the agenda that you wish to speak on, you may do so. You'll have up to 3 minutes as an individual. We'll have a time clock up there, so you'll need to keep the pace yourself. We are keeping that strict to 3 minutes, and we have a lot of people that wish to speak tonight. And we're getting more comment forms in the back of the room. You've exhausted our comment forms. It's a great issue to have. So we're getting more comment forms put back up there. If you wish to speak, I encourage you to complete that comment form, put your name and your address. I will not be sharing your home address, nor will I ask you to share your home address. That is for our clerk records and commission records. But I will acknowledge, what neighborhood you're from or what city you are from. That's the extent of acknowledgement of where you live. So again, encourage you to submit that comment form, whether you want to speak at the beginning of the meeting on an agenda item or at the end of our meeting on any topics you so choose. All right. So we're going to get started. Do I have Pastor E.J. Wood from the All Shores Wesleyan Church? You're going to be leading us in prayer tonight. Welcome. And that's going to be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. If you wish to join us in prayer or the pledge, I ask that you stand if you're so able to do so and remove any caps.
Thank you, Mayor. For those of you gathered here or watching online, I simply just want to invite you to join me in prayer for tonight's meeting. Loving and gracious God, we come before you with thankful hearts. Thankful for the privilege and opportunity that is to serve our city. And we're thankful for all that's been done recently here in our city and look forward to what is still to come. God, we're also thankful for the leadership of our city commission. And I thank you for these leaders here who have responded to the call to serve through governance. I pray that you would increase in each of them wisdom, discernment, integrity, and a servant's heart. I pray that you would help each of us as citizens to honor these individuals placed in leadership. And as you give them vision for what is best for this community of Muskegon, would you help us together to live peaceful lives in godliness and holiness. Father, would you make us into a community of upright living, social concern, and personal integrity. Lord, as the business of tonight's meeting is conducted, I pray that your spirit of wisdom would be present in this place. May you give direction where it is needed, patience when things are not clear, and grace where there are differences of opinion. Finally, may you bless this great city of Muskegon and cover it with your favor. Bring healing where there's hurt, unity where there's division, and peace where there is unrest. I pray that you unite our leaders and our community for one purpose of bringing heaven to earth. Thank you again for those gathered here tonight, and bless this meeting time together. In your loving and powerful name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor. Appreciate you joining us tonight. May we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Emery?
Here.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Here.
Mayor Johnson?
Here.
Commissioner Hood?
Here.
Commissioner Ramsey? Absent. Vice Mayor German?
Here.
Commissioner Gorman?
Here.
Thank you. We are assembled. And before we get into public comment on agenda items, we do have a presentation that is the introduction of new staff in our planning and economic development. And our development services director, Jake Ekholm, introducing not a new face to Muskegon City Hall, but in a new role, a new capacity serving our community.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Very happy to sort of reintroduce Wendy Webster. She was recently brought onto our team as the division-wide admin for development services. Muskegon area, City of Muskegon resident, longtime Muskegon resident, and also formerly served in Safe Built, and prior to that worked for Muskegon Public Schools. So, longtime servant to our community, and we wanted to give you the opportunity to meet her this evening and put a face to the name. So, want to add, Wendy?
No, nice to meet everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Ekholm, and thank you, Wendy, for your continued service to our city in a new capacity. Bear with me, I got a lot of public comment forms to work through here. Stephen Donnelly, is this a supportive project of a local business? Is this pertaining to Adelaide Point?
Yes, sir.
All right. Adelaide Point, Adelaide Point. Keep on that coming. Well, that's the contract. Okay. Madam Clerk, we have more forms put out. They're on the table. They're still coming.
They're
Okay.
being printed as we speak.
Okay. So if you've not submitted a form to speak, there are more coming, but we do have plenty to work through in the process or in the meantime. And so first I'm going to be calling up Jamie Cross, joining us from the Nelson neighborhood to speak on the Adelaide Point and Hartshorn PUD that are on the agenda, and you have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
So I'm doing these two separate.
They're together. We're doing it together.
They're two separate items, though.
We're doing them together.
I need a minute then. Can I step back and take a minute?
You certainly may.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, we have, and we will be returning to Jamie Cross. Next up, we have Mark Flermoen, joining us from the NIMS neighborhood, speaking on Adelaide Point. Oh, and just for your everyone's information, just so you know, the addendum to the Adelaide Point Development Agreement and Reimbursement Agreement has been pulled from our agenda tonight. That's going to be considered at a subsequent meeting. However, the PUD amendments for Adelaide Point and the PUD amendments for Hartshorn Village are still on our agenda. We'll still get deliberation and get a vote on it. with regard to the addendum, that's going to be handled separately at a future meeting. Some finessing still need to be done to it before it can be brought to the commission for our final deliberation and vote on that. So I just want to make sure everyone's aware of that and that change in our agenda for tonight. But we will be proceeding with the PUD amendments for both Hartshorn Village and Adelaide Point. Mr. Flamon.
Thank you. I'm a boater. I'm a resident of the neighborhood that Adelaide Point is at. I'm also very interested to see it go forward. I don't want this to be sidelined or looked bad on because of other developments that have gone bad in the city. So don't punish Ryan and everything he's done down there and going to do down at Adelaide Point because of other agreements that haven't quite gone the right way. But my support is for Adelaide Point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flamon. Appreciate you joining tonight and sharing your perspective. All right. We have Janine Davis, joining us from the Lakeside neighborhood. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks. We don't bite. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, I just wanted to say overall, I was not in favor of this development when I first heard about it and started hearing, largely because I was under a misconception that this was public land and that we were repeating mistakes of the past and that we were just, again, giving away the lakeshore, etc. Through these forums, the extended time that the city and the Lietzmas have provided to make sure that the public understood what the plan was and that we all could get comfortable and have all of the questions asked was very much appreciated, as was the last one we had at City Hall where all of the plans were shown, etc. So what I had done when this first started was I had sought out many avenues to educate myself on exactly what was happening, where it was happening, what was public, what was not, etc. And so that was, again, through the commission meetings, watching online, coffee talk, I call it, with Ken and Rebecca, who, thank you for those, because those I had a ton of questions, and you gracefully answered all of those. Also, I want to say Mr. Lietzma had continued to be true to his word for transparency, for contact. I had sent him a quick text saying, hey, I'd like to spend some time with you. I not only had a return text very shortly thereafter inviting me to come to the office, and within 1 hour he and I were sitting down at a conference table and he spent an hour with me discussing, again, all the questions, because there were some lingering ones that I thought merited my attention as far as the boat launch was concerned and public versus in and out, etc. And then he offered up his staff if I had additional after he went to the meeting. So for the people that did not take advantage of that, I just want to let you know that he lived up to what he had been saying. And so there was that. So then relative to the Hartshorn specifically, my experience with Hartshorn, I use the trail every day. I bike the trail, I walk the trail. I am not comfortable with that portion of the trail. The woods, I saw, let's call it less than desirable activity there. And I'm happy to see that it's gonna turn into something where we have ADA, a better park, etc. So all that being said, I just want to say again, I am now in support of this as a voter, as a Lakeside resident, and I hope the commission is also in support of it and votes yes. Thank you.
Thank you much. Appreciate you joining us tonight, Janine. All right. Next up, we have Dr. Mark Paletti joining us from the Beechwood Bluffton neighborhood. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks. I just want to, not that anybody has offended tonight, but I just want to make sure that as we're going through any of the public comments, to please keep any remarks in the audience to yourself. If you wish to speak and give remarks, you're welcome to do so and come up. You're perfectly entitled to clap. That's fine, and in response to people's comments. But I just want to make sure that we're all being respectful and maintaining decorum throughout tonight's proceedings. So again, welcome, Dr. Paletti, and you have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
All right. Hi. Thank you for having this, and thank you for everything we've done here. I want to say I love the city. I've been here about 10 years, and I moved into the Bluffton neighborhood, and I was fortunate to move into a house that was a city inspector, and he saved a piece of land. One of my favorite places to go every morning is a public park, a little tiny park at the corner of Edgewater and Thompson. I take great pictures, and I put them on the Facebook page on Bluffton Beechwood, and they love it. Sometimes they don't love everything I put on there. But anyway, so the idea of losing any kind of, and I hope that I can possibly match his ability to save that from being given away to the yacht club and the private thing. So when I like to say I'm a public landowner, and we all are. We pay taxes, and that's what the great men of our past, Teddy Roosevelt and Mr. Hartshorn himself, gave that land up for in perpetuity for all of us. And I'm greatly concerned that it's going to be taken away from us. I know we hear all the time that that's not going to happen, but I find a lot of evidence to the contrary. And I'm going to I have a Facebook page, and I'm going to put it up there it's going to be public landowner. And I'm going to put a lot of evidence. I videoed a lot of the evidence, and I'm going to have it there. So we're going to I'm worried about three things in particular. Our launch site, which is going to be used, it's going to be basically taken over by a commercial enterprise. And we're going to be launching huge boats, 85,000 pound lift, carrying 25,000 foot boats, maybe two of them side by side, and dropped into the water. And then there's going to be a launch with, a 100-foot trailer there. It's going to be very difficult. I went in and visited a place in Grand Haven that does the same kind of business, and I asked them if they would like a trail behind their launch area, and they said, well, it would be okay if it was adult bike riders, but if it was a child or something, I'd be very afraid that I might lose them in the visual field that's occluded because of these huge boats dangling off the front of these forklifts. So I find that it's going to be extremely dangerous, and I think that the problems that someone brought up last night about the sound and the schedule, making it unlikely to be able to fulfill the needs of the description of what this person's going to use for, is going to lead to the loss of our rights to use that property, and the bike trail will be redirected, and we will lose that as well. Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate you joining us tonight and sharing your perspective. All right, next up we have Tony Olshansky joining us from I hope I got that right, joining us from the Nelson neighborhood. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Yeah, perfect pronunciation, by the way. Okay. Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to speak. I believe that the planned Adelaide Point development provides unique and exciting opportunities for our residents and the city. The increased access to publicly available land is exciting. However, I have taken issue with an important aspect of the Adelaide Point site plan. The boat storage is oriented on Western Street, while living spaces are tucked on what amounts to a private drive. This development, as well as the development of the Shaw Walker building, will certainly define the character of this street in the future. And I fear that tucking away restaurants, living spaces, and event spaces so far off the main street would be a mistake for the future of the accessibility and walkability of that whole part of town. Through the approval of PUDs, we have a unique opportunity to decide whether this space should be designed to benefit everyone or the mostly high-rent development residents and boat owners. Our most ubiquitous and vital public space, after all, is the street, and it should be treated with such reverence. I urge our commissioners not to vote in favor of the Adelaide Point amendments until it is designed more like an integral part of the city and less like a subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you joining us tonight.
Thanks.
Next up, we have John R. Allen joining us from the Nelson neighborhood. Welcome back. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
John Allen from the Nelson neighborhood. Good evening. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to offer a different perspective to the importance of preserving the integrity of Hartshorn's existing public property and layout. 9 years ago, I lost one of my closest friends in a heinous act of violence all too similar to the tragedy we saw last night. Though I grew up sailing Muskegon Lake and always felt at home on the water, it was getting out on my dad's 19-foot cuddy that gave me the rare moments of peace, escape, and happiness over that summer. I launched countless time at Hartshorn's launch ramp and always felt the quality of community I drove past in the large boat basin was palpably happy and contagiously fun. I was blessed to find my own boat and subsequently my home at Hartshorn Marina, Slip 9 in 2015, and I'll slip there until I'm old. The community that adopted me and healed my spirit through their friendship and maritime virtues reminded me of the simple joys in life, like great friends around a campfire with nothing more than a guitar and each other. That's at Hartshorn. That is the soul of Hartshorn, and it's what I'm so passionate about protecting. The community that I'm so proud to call my friends now are without question the reason I'm still alive and speaking here in front of you today. Hartshorn Marina and its surrounding properties are a melting pot and have been a place for decades where so many more than just myself have found those moments of peace and reflection sitting next to the beauty that is Muskegon Lake. Whether dockside, aboard, or fishing along the seawall, the Hartshorn properties are a priceless place of retreat where we can find those indelible moments of peace. I believe the location of forklift operations located on the Hartshorn property seawall will negatively impact the integrity of that peace found in the quiet revelry of a sunrise or a sunset there. The fishing along the seawall will also be impacted as the times proposed to be used for launch and recovery are the prime times for fishing, as well as times many boaters and bike path users enjoy the tranquility of that area. The projected number of launched boats and the workload involved will have backup alarms and forklift traffic going constantly at those beautiful times of day all summer long, which again impacts the integrity of what the property was designated for, the enjoyment and use of the public. I'd like to reiterate that I am a proponent of Adelaide Point's development, but it did not originally involve Hartshorn Village and management contract of Hartshorn Marina, which carries a weight of influence over the slips, amenities, and use of public property itself. I'm elated to see the continued regrowth of Muskegon with a blighted property being remediated such as Adelaide Point, but not at the expense of what our predecessors worked to create at Hartshorn. Unfortunately, all the proposed changes fall under one PUD amendment proposal and have too many unknowns involving the impact to the Hartshorn properties and what is already publicly used and accessible space. Therefore, I am asking you to please vote no on the Hartshorn Village amendment, due to the lack of clarity on not just these concerns, but many others that simply cannot fit into 3 minutes. It would be a great benefit to all parties in taking even more time to expand understanding and expectations, and most importantly, the language in the amendment for all use of all parts of Hartshorn properties, amenities, and the true detail of impact involved. I would like to have more detail and clarity of all the impacts on the community that utilizes Hartshorn.
Joining us tonight and sharing your perspective, Mr. Allen. Next up, another neighbor from Nelson. We have Deborah Peabody. Welcome, and you have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Mayor, Commission, thank you very much. Since moving to this community and coming to these meetings, I do have an appreciation of the difficulty of your positions. So you have my respect. But in saying that, I only have 3 minutes, so I'm going to get to why I'm here. I'm here to talk about the Hartshorn Marina. That marina I've been going to for over 20 years, long before I bought my daughter Adrian's home and moved to the city of Muskegon. I would leave work and I would park my car dead on the end by where the boats were launched. If I went any further, I'd be right in the water. I actually had 2 dead batteries over the years because of that, because my headlights were left on. It was a tranquil time for me. I could declutter the brain. I could do my artwork. I could read. I could look at this beautiful body of water for hours. I have such respect for that location. It is a diamond in the rough. I mean, it doesn't have the green grass and all that, but I didn't care, and I still don't care. In saying that, I also appreciate development. I think it is good. Adelaide Point has some excellent features. I love the fact that they are taking environmental concern, but I draw the line at using public parks or any developer using a public park. And I want to point out, as a commission, you're hiring a park director to do, public engagement campaigning. But right now, you're putting the cart before the horse. You're telling us what that park is going to look like. You're going to triple axle and the lift, well, let's just say, you're even saying how many parking spots and things like that, and we even had the dialogue. I'm asking that this commission allow the director that you're going to hire have an opportunity to do their job and ask us as community, and you're part of that also, you're my neighbors, to find out what we want for Hartshore and all the other parts. So I'm asking you, please, vote no. And thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate you joining us tonight and sharing your perspective. And I'm glad that you chose to make Muskegon your home. Next up, we have David Williams joining us from the Nelson neighborhood. Welcome, Mr. Williams. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. I grew up here in Muskegon. It took me 42 years to get back here. I'm back, and I love it. But I was a little bit in shock when I went down to Hartshorn Marina, and I went, what? Come on. All you are been voted in as stewards of our property, public property. And I got to ask you right now, are you doing the right thing? I think it's a little too fast, too much, too soon. I don't understand it. And that's not a good thing, because I hear a lot of other people saying the same thing I am. What is really happening here? And we never want to give up any control to any public property to a private entity, because we'll never get the control back, or they'll run us over. Now, I saw another dock, if you will, a launching situation, one in South Carolina and one right in Spring Lake. And when they started out, it was great. My son-in-law got his boat. Anytime we called up, put the boat in the water. Except it didn't turn into a public venue anymore. The dock was basically overrun. It's too much business. It's a great idea, but not for the public. So what I'd ask you to do is back up the truck, take a good look at what we're doing, and make sure this is the best thing for all of us, especially the city, revenue-wise. I got some visions, and I'm sure the new park director is going to have some visions for that Hartshorn Marina property, as well as Adelaide Point. They're both good plans, but they're lacking a little bit of foresight. So let's back up, vote no, and come back to the drawing board and see what we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Appreciate you joining us tonight, and welcome back to Muskegon. We're glad to have you. Next up, we have Craig Person joining us from the McLaughlin neighborhood. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Good evening, commissioners and citizens. My name is Craig Person, and I'm a resident of the McLaughlin neighborhood, in which I've grown to love so much that I also own businesses in the neighborhood. And not originally being from Muskegon has given me something that I didn't get from my own home state, which is a reason to learn about the city. It seems like I live really close up to San Francisco and never go to Chinatown or Golden Gate Park until someone came into town. And then all of a sudden I had to get up off the couch and try to act like I knew everything about it, and I didn't. So when I moved here, I made a decision to promote the good things about Muskegon. And I do a lot of that online. And in the process, I ran into this gentleman by the name of Ryan Liesma. We're all talking about him right now. And he asked me to interview him, or I asked him if I could interview him, and he said yes. And that turned into a documentary. Now, I just want to share with the folks that documentary on Adelaide Point, he just told me who his experts were and go for it, and didn't give me any direction. Sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes that's a bad thing. I didn't have an opinion about Adelaide Point whatsoever when I started. But when I finished, you can imagine I did have an opinion after talking to people any question I wanted to ask, I could ask. One of the things I've been pretty impressed about with Ryan Liesma is he put his phone number on Facebook. He wants to talk to everyone. But in our city of Muskegon, I've noticed when you start promoting something, somebody's going to stand up and say, we're not ready for that. It's not time. We need to slow down. And I agree with them sometimes. But because I don't have enough information, does that mean that the development should stop? If someone tells me something that angers me and I don't dig into it, should I stop that development? Well, based on what I've seen up till today, there's going to be weddings out on those peninsulas. From what I understand, Ryan's adding 25% more access to the public access to the lake. Hasn't been done since 1932, when land was donated to a state park. This is unique. Now, I often hear Ryan being lumped in with everybody else. He's not everybody else. We're all individuals. Each developer deserves a close look. I noticed that there was people in the room that went and did the work. Do the work. He's doing everything he can to share the information, and so are the commissioners. Doesn't mean I have to agree with it, neither do you. Nobody does. But do the work and find out, because I think Muskegon needs to change. There used to be tumbleweeds when I first got here. There were tumbleweeds going downtown. I came from San Francisco. I was wondering what's going on with our downtown. There's nothing here. I never been downtown. So I just encourage everybody. I'm supportive of this, and I thank the commission for this opportunity. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Person. Appreciate you joining us tonight. And grateful for you choosing to move to Muskegon and growing with us here. Next up, Jamie Cross, joining us from the Nelson neighborhood. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. First, I'm going to talk about the Hartshorn PUD. I'm trying to get right to the skinny of everything. So, we're a working class community built on lumber, foundries, steel, sand mills, paper mills, and industry left, and it just left all the toxic waste. And it was the working class that worked together along with organizations that cleaned it up. And now it's an exciting time for Muskegon. People want to build here. I don't think the city realizes that we are now in the driver's seat, so we need to take the wheel and listen to the community. The big sticking point for me at Hartshorn, well, first, the people that go there, they're white, they're black, they're brown, they're young, they're old, they're mobility challenged, they're people that launch their boats. It's a special place here in our community that when you go there, everybody is represented. The sticking points for me are definitely the shift that has been made just recently at the last Planning Commission meeting to move all of the in-out boat operations to the heart of Hartshorn. And that is where everything happens at Hartshorn. And we're talking about boats, as Mr. Leedsma said, you got a 50-foot boat plus the trailer, that's 75 feet. That's a lot of boat. So I'm going to ask you to vote no, not only on the PUD, because it's vague and confusing, but I'm going to ask you to specifically vote to remove both the launch, infrastructure upgrades to both the launch and the lift fork until we can figure things out. I'm going to talk about Adelaide Point next. So, and I've said, and I support the Adelaide Point development. I believe we need to make changes, and I think it's important. Those two peninsulas on the arms of the marina, all public funds. The East Peninsula, that's city bonds. The West Peninsula city bonds, and the East is also public funds. So with or without an agreement, we should have access to them. And those are two access points that are being created. The bike path is already owned by the city, so I'm confused about all the numbers that people are throwing out there. I also want to mention, I have heard at many meetings and other places that we have to use the public launch because the small boat launch doesn't work anymore. So I have a response from Chad Hipster, who is from the Eagle, and he is the permit head. And here's his response about my question.
Eagle noted during the application review that there was a feasible and prudent alternative to impacting the resource by creating a new launch, and noted that there were areas also created that could be utilized. It was noted that there was an adjacent launch and the Central Boat Basin launch looking to create a new launch in the East Basin. Eagle noted this since there was a way to reduce the impacts to the current resource by using these current locations. Eagle did not tell the applicant that they had to use any particular option. So I'm going to pass it to you.
Thank you, Ms. Cross. Appreciate you joining us tonight. And next we have Ratan Khatri joining us from the McLaughlin neighborhood. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks. Welcome.
Eating like one of the snacks over there. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Ratan. Last name is Khatri. My wife and I moved to West Michigan and to Grand Haven back in '89. And we have our home there and we're selling it. Last summer we started living in downtown Muskegon, an apartment that I own. And full disclosure, I do have a deposit on one of the condos that's going to be built at Adelaide Point. And so I'm just wanted to just disclose that as well. When I moved here, the highways that connected Grand Rapids to Holland to Muskegon was called the Golden Triangle of Michigan because that's where all the future development was going to be. Grand Rapids is developed. There's nothing available. You can't buy anything. You can't build anything. Holland, that whole area has also been developed. Grand Haven's been developed. Muskegon is the next best option, and it is the Golden Triangle. And somebody mentioned diamond in the rough. As somebody who rehabs single-family homes, I take something that's, worn out and old and falling apart and making it new. The process that's happening right now is causing a lot of changes. A lot of people are afraid of change, but change is good. It can be good. And yes, it has to be regulated, and yes, it has to be watched over, but I worked at a marina for many years. We had a jet ski business. The large boats, they don't go in and out every weekend. They get launched at the beginning of the season. They go to a dock and they stay there. Nobody's taking a 75 or 100-foot boat in and out of the water every other day. I was at the marina where they launch boats in Grand Haven, and mostly it's the 25, 30-foot boats, the normal person's boat. The large boats that people are talking about are not going to be moved in and out of the water every weekend. I just don't see that happening as somebody that would have a boat like that. But the change is good. I think it's going to bring more jobs, more revenue, more opportunities to Muskegon. And we already have more people coming to see our beautiful city here. And as I said, starting last summer, I was a resident, and I'm looking forward to being a permanent resident at Adelaide Point. And I'm in full support of the Leetsmas, and the concerns that are being voiced are valid, but the big boats are not going to be going in and out every day. It's just not going to happen, because people that own a boat like that are not going to be doing that to it. But I wanted to thank everybody for hearing me out, and I'm in full support of the Leetsmas and their project at both Adelaide Point and at the Hot Shore Marina. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khatri. Appreciate you joining us tonight, and welcome to Muskegon, and appreciate you choosing to grow with us. All right, next up, David Ruck joining us from the Nelson neighborhood. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you so much. I'm actually here to speak on behalf of Al Steinman, who couldn't be here today. Al is the longtime director of Annis Water Resources Institute. I think this is unfortunate that he's only recently received the hydrology report on the impacts the dock and peninsula would have on the hydrology, namely the oxygen levels in the center of the lake. And I think he would like more time to review that to give a scientific assessment on what that is. That isn't to say it's a no from a scientific perspective. So I think that the commission, and I think I've made a number of you already aware of this. I think you've actually read his text on what his concerns were. My understanding is that there is already a dialogue going on between Adelaide and Al with regards to this to find consensus in a hurried manner. I think that's the unfortunate part, that this is happening today. It'd be nice to have gotten that sooner. I'll just also say, as a citizen, someone who's spent an entire career telling stories about the water, about the lake, from nefarious chemical companies to people trying to punch a hole through a dune, mostly recently the impacts of how we grow our food on water bodies like Lake Erie. How we treat our water is something that's there's nothing more serious than that to me. I will say that as others have mentioned here, someone like Ryan coming into town, my knee-jerk reaction is also, who is this? And it turns out he never came into town. He was always here. He's grew up on Muskegon Lake. He grew up on Bear Lake, and he's wanting to invest here. So I urge all of our citizens to take the time to reach out to him and have a conversation with him, because he's a guy that listens. He's open to ideas, and if you have one, he'll listen to them. I found that to be the case. I was surprised at that. I knew this guy like 20 years ago, didn't talk to him for 20 years. I finally recognized him at one of these meetings, like, you're the guy who used to hang out with my buddy, you were neighbors. Realized we knew each other, and I started talking to him about his project. And as someone who's been working on these issues for years and years and years, he's been really interested in what I have to say, and he's interested in what anyone has to say. So if you have an opinion, don't post about it on social media. Give the guy a call. And that goes for other people who have nuanced views on issues like this. Instead of name calling and all this nonsense online, let's have a conversation. Give Ryan a call. I urge the commission to
Mr. Ryan, appreciate you joining us tonight. Next up, we have Tom Olson joining us from the Jackson Hill neighborhood. And you have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, and happy Valentine's Day. My name is Tom Olson, and I'm a Muskegon High School graduate of 71. And I grew up in a house, the first house past S.D. Warren, the paper mill on Muskegon Lake. And it was a great place as long as the wind didn't blow out of the east. And everybody now who's long-timer in Muskegon is getting that smell of rotten egg sulfur right now. And I want to congratulate the city of Muskegon for the improvements they've made in Muskegon Lake and the redevelopment. I think the Adelaide Point project is a great project as long as it's on Adelaide Point property. I'm opposed to relinquishing any control of the Hartshorn Marina, because once it's gone, it's gone. I looked at the proposal. That's a huge project, and if you don't like it 2 years down the road, it's not going to change. And I think we're getting ahead of things too, because I've been a boater my whole life, big boats, small boats. I've helped with many offshore boats, the big power boats, the cigarette boats. And those boats do come out every night and go in every day. No offshore boater is going to keep their boat in the water where it's going to get algae and mussels and everything else overnight. And also in and out service, you're going to have 300 boats in there, and you're going to have a day where 20 people call and say, I want my boat at 10 o'clock. They need a number of docks, big docks, to store these boats so the owners can come down, uncover them, put their supplies, put their picnic goods in there, and take off. Same thing happens every night. You have 20 or 40 boats come in. You need a place to put those boats while the forklifts, the marine forks, can get them out of the water. The big boats are going to require, as far as I know, I've never seen them move, a large boat with a travel hoist or a travel forklift. They're going to need a travel lift, which is going to require what they call catwalks which are I-beams on their side to go out in the water, or a basin, which is going to involve a lot of dredging and everything else in there, along with a number of docks. And when I hear about the triaxle trailers, most normal boaters don't have boats that require triaxle trailers. Those are the offshore boats. So those are the boats that are on the 50-foot long trailers, and they don't haul them on with a half-ton Chevy pickup truck. They haul them with semi-tractors and big trailers, and they're going to take up a lot of parking spaces. And the other thing is, while we're talking about trailers, the in-and-out service, if you've seen any in-and-out service in this area in West Michigan, you'll notice 200 or 300 trailers sitting around everywhere. And I don't see anything in the plan where there's a parking lot for 200 trailers. Because those people who keep their boat in and-out service, they don't have a place to store the trailer. Thank you.
Appreciate you joining us tonight. All right. So, Miss Leah Markowski, newcomer to the Nelson neighborhood, welcome. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. I'll be pretty quick. I just wanted to take an opportunity to compliment the commission and city staff over the past couple months on the attempts that have been made to increase dialogue amongst varied stakeholders. And I will say that Muskegon, as compared to other places in Michigan and other places in the country, we're not an enclave community. We're not just a dense urban community. We have a lot of varied types of communities within our city. And so the ability for folks who will not all get along or agree to come together and deliberately discuss something that will impact everyone, I think is something that we need to improve and be thoughtful of. But also that timing is very important. And I know that timing is important to the folks developing the property, and they're concerned about their impacts to constructions and costs. And so they're going to continue to push forward so that they can recoup as much of that cost as they can. But timing is also important to all of us who want to be engaged and involved. So when we have these forums and we create, for example, frequently asked questions after a forum that was held a week ago, we need to make sure that the results of those forums are readily available in a timely manner so that we can then digest them and come back and say, I still have questions, or those have been resolved. Same thing with permit information. It might seem irrelevant, but I did want to share that the state of Michigan has a new portal for their permitting, and I think that that's a great resource for all of us to learn and understand. I think that doing the work is very important, and the more that we become comfortable with learning about these developments as citizens and lay people who may not be in the industry, and as folks who came to the commission without that background, the more that we're all familiar with the language, the more that we can read contracts and technical documents and understand what's really being asked of us. So I just wanted us to continue to facilitate that conversation, to consider whose timing is most important. You know, is it the folks who have the funds and the means to make change, or is it the folks who need to understand that change? And we need to balance the two. So just general thanks and appreciation for everybody, whether we agree or not, of coming together and working through this.
Thank you, Ms. Markowski. Appreciate you joining us tonight. All right. Mario McIntosh, joining us from the Jackson Hill neighborhood. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks. Welcome.
So, first of all, I want to say happy Valentine's Day to everybody. So for the agenda items, I'm representing an organization. So if it's okay with you, I requested the 10 minutes. Is that okay?
We're going to be sticking with 3 minutes. I know you want to speak as well at the end of the meeting, so we're going to be sticking with 3 minutes
right.
On this item. We have a number of other people that are with groups that would have liked to exercise 10 minutes on this item as well, so I'm just going to respectfully hold you to 3 minutes.
Okay. All right. So with that being said, I'm already at 2 minutes, 30 seconds into it.
We'll reset it.
Okay. All right. So, well, first of all, thank you all so much for everybody's entertaining everybody's input and being open-minded. So I want to say that part. In regards to Adelaide Point, Harshore, our organization's position on it, we're just going to speak in terms of like the public access. So it's really hard to understand why the commissioners would consider allowing that development or a development to be able to control those public access points. And the reason for it is oftentimes when you listen to a lot of other people that were in support or they're coming into this community, they may not know about, I don't know exactly, we don't know where they're coming from, so we don't know what their position is on the diverse members of our population. So sometimes people's idea of what is considered public differs from person to person. So if you have somebody who's over a public access part of this particular investment, then what happens is they're controlling both not only their property but the public as well. So what happens when somebody walks up that doesn't necessarily fit their idea of what public is? You can't control the number of police calls. Police have a responsibility to respond to every call. How many times is a person who may be utilizing those resources for sustenance, how many times are they really going to come down there if a police officer shows up or if somebody stands over their shoulder and makes them feel uncomfortable? And the likelihood of them calling anybody on this commission, even the city manager or even a police officer, is highly unlikely. What you will have is just people who will just not simply show up to take part of something that is vital to not only the community but to their survivorship. So we just urge you to take another look. So for right now, to say maybe no until you can take another look at those public access ports so that people can be adequately represented. And maybe the city needs to allocate some staff for that instead of allowing them to be able to control that. And then the second piece of it is just in regards to the ARPA grant community proposal. In regards to that, we just want to say that, first of all, with this, many other communities in the in the state, they offered RFPs right up front. With our community, we gave $4 million to Dusendane. We gave $750,000 to LRS, so on and so forth. Another $1 million here, $1 million there, and then now it's only coming to the community only for $1.5 million, and $6 million left. So that needs to be increased and then open to more members of the community.
Look forward to hearing from you further. All right, next up on that same item, though, we have Mr. Mark Bootcamp joining us from the McLaughlin neighborhood. Mark Bootcamp here. Oh, there he is.
Really crowded.
Welcome. Yeah, we need to expand our chambers. Some nights there's nobody here, and other nights it's packed.
Do it the best you can. I just have quick things to refer to. I'm not very good at public speaking, so I wrote a lot of bullets. In college, it's my
Thank you.
Didn't like it.
He's not here. Thank you. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Okay, I'm not very good at public speaking, so I don't want to stutter along. I kind of gave you handouts to kind of give. I'm here in regards to the ARPA funds. And the best I'm going to be able to do is probably let you look at the numbers of a truly low-income budget. I have a couple examples, and then all I'm going to do is kind of read through my bullets here. Hopefully that's not too tacky. If you go through, and let me give part of my time, good 20-25 seconds, can you guys look at the front page? It shows low-income budgets, somebody that's on Social Security, and then somebody that's working, I don't want to be blasphemous towards Burger King, but somebody that's kind of working at Burger King can pick up full-time hours, what they net, what they would be bringing in each month. For somebody working at Burger King, they have about $325 left for rent and utilities. For somebody that's just on Social Security, they have about $489 left. And these numbers are a little subjective, but they're pretty close. Average rent in Muskegon for a 1 and 2 bedroom is $1,100 per month. That takes these people right out. Per capita, average income in the city of Muskegon is 17,000. That's 1417 per month. Basically takes all those people out of renting. Example 2 here, where I gave a person working at Burger King, that's one of my tenants. These are accurate numbers. You guys had a 23, and these numbers may be off a little bit, and certainly critique me. But you guys had 23 million, and you have about 6 million left. I believe you want to go 4.5 million to the parks. That's a city staff proposal, which leave about 1.5 million left for the quote application process. I'm part of a nonprofit church organization that can house 20 plus of the truly low income homeless individuals. Very hard to vet these individuals. They're not anybody that most landlords would take. Nobody's dealing with these people because there's no real money in it. The management is very difficult of these people. A lot of drama. Because of an unfortunate incident of an autistic person setting our building on fire and damaging some of it, we require funds to bring the building up to code per Safe Built. The city economic director would not bring our request before you, the city commission. We had started these requests about a year ago, and now it's in the quote application process. We weren't heard. Now an application process for us to help you with the homeless and low income. Come on. You had a lot of money there and only 1.5 left. And homeless is going to be a problem. If tent cities become the norm in the refurbished parks, you give 4.5 million to the parks. Yeah, sorry. If somebody can read that.
Thank you, Mr.
My bad.
Appreciate you joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Mr. Randy Vanderwhite, joining us from the McLaughlin neighborhood, speaking on the same subject of ARPA community grant. Welcome.
Yes.
You have up to 3 minutes to provide your
All right.
remarks.
Good evening. Yes, wanted to speak to the funds, and I want to encourage staff to authorize funds from ARPA dollars to be used by community groups and small businesses. I'm not opposed to that figure being raised from 1.5 million to a higher number, like the past two speakers have said. We, as the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association, entered into a lease with the city back in 2008 for some properties where there were a number of blighted apartment buildings. Those were torn down, and we have turned that property into a community park, which is really at the heart of the community. And through partnerships that we've had with businesses as well as community organizations and the city, have been slowly trying to develop that. Right now, because we are not a 501c3, we would not be eligible for this grant. So I do encourage you to authorize funds to be made available to groups, but would also like a revisiting to happen in terms of the grant guidelines, so that it would be open to a group like the McLaughlin neighborhood. We, for a couple years, have desired to do further development there at the park, have reached out to different groups, but have not been able to secure any additional funding. And then when hearing about Senator Bumstead and the money that he was hoping to make available, that did pass. However, when I reached out to the city, they said, well, we were encouraged by Senator Bumstead's office to go through the city, but unfortunately, because of other needs that the city has, we would not be able to be considered because it's not technically a city park, but is a park that's currently maintained, developed by a group of community residents. And we also did look into some community benefit grants that were available through Trinity Health, and unfortunately that did not materialize as well. So again, would like to see these funds made available to the community, but would encourage a revisiting of the details so that an organization like the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association could actually apply for these funds. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderwhite. Appreciate you joining us tonight. And any more forms? Not phone yet. I still got more forms. I just was wondering if you have any more.
You should have one from Sheriff.
Oh no, I have plenty of forms still. I was just getting rid of all of our city residents.
Yeah,
Before I move on to non-city residents.
Yes.
Yes.
Allowing them to speak,
Good.
not getting rid of.
getting rid of these forms.
I was just giving you a hard time. I was just
Welcoming our city residents first before I move on to our non-residents.
a little harsh.
sorry.
No, thank you for that correction. Because I certainly do not want to feel our residents feel unwelcome at any time. All right, we have Dakota Cartwright joining us from Twin Lake. Welcome, Dakota. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Right, this is my first time ever doing this. My name's Dakota Cartwright. I'm a Muskegon boy, born and raised here. I've been here my whole life. I'm a graduate from Oak Ridge. If anybody knows Oak Ridge, it's a very prideful school. So growing up, I didn't really notice it as much as when I would go other places or out of town. Like I said, we were always very prideful at away games and stuff like that. I think the first time I noticed it was I was meeting my in-laws for the first time, introducing myself, where I worked, and that I live in Muskegon. And I kind of got this look, and I think everybody kind of knows what I'm talking about when I told them where I'm from, and that is why I'm here. You know, realistically, I won't be able to have a boat there for a long time. So I won't be able, so that's not why I'm here. I'm here because somebody like Ryan is willing to at least try to put us on the map back to where we used to be. Because growing up, my father and my mother loved Muskegon. I come from a very prideful home, and I was always told nothing but good about it. So I guess I was kind of blindsided when I was 18, 19. I mean, I knew there's bad parts in every city, but people really don't like us. So, I mean, I'm full support. I just want to see us back to where I know we can be. Somewhere that we can be proud of. And doing so is going to take a lot of development. It's not just going to happen overnight. I mean, you go to Grand Haven, you go to Holland, you go to Grand Rapids, we are old. We are worn out. We need to get it popping. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. Appreciate you sharing your perspective. Next up, we have Darlene DeHootie joining us from Norton Shores. Welcome, Darlene. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, nice to see you again. I really appreciate what everybody said because there's a lot of good points being mentioned. I would love to see progress for Muskegon. But please don't eliminate a restroom that's close to the common people where they recreate, fish. They also need adequate parking. And I hope that's not eliminated. Another thing, I read an article before I came here, which was written last summer, about the advantages of parks. And what they mentioned is what attracts me about parks is the fact that they're serene, they're peaceful, they're beautiful, they have natural areas, and usually people preserve the natural areas. Hartshorn Park and Marina was designed beautifully. It had an access road lined with beautiful maples. I remember sitting under one of those maples after I got done with a bike trip. They're gone. And I don't know why. Does anybody know why? Were they in the way of the condos view? Now, and I'm very glad that, you had the public hearing and you had all of the questions and answers, because when I read on there, okay, the green space still belongs to the public in front of the condos. Shouldn't that be delineated so people know they can use it? Right now, it looks like front lawns to the condos, and that's what I figured it probably was. But I'm not one that makes my own assumptions. If I do, I try to back it up with a fact. So that's why I'm glad, that there are facts backing these things up. Unfortunately, today, there's just too much violence. So we need these natural areas which calm people down, which give them stress relief from, noise in their family life or whatever, and safe places for children. So please regard those things when you make your decision. I would say vote no at this present time because those things are not nailed down. I don't even think the Eagle permit has been granted. Is that true? Okay. I saw the draft of the Eagle permit, but has Chad signed it? Until he signs it, it's not granted.
Thank you, Mr. Hootie. Kathy Evans, joining us from Eggleston Township. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. I am from Eggleston Township. I've lived there for about 40 years. I was born in the city of Muskegon, lived on Jackson Hill, and later even rented a house in the Angel neighborhood too. But I'm here tonight not as a representative of the Muskegon Lake Watershed Partnership, but because I've been involved with that group for probably 35 or 40 years or something, and done a lot of the work to clean up the lake with many partners. I'm really a strong proponent of public access to natural resources of the lake, especially with all the public dollars that have been invested in the cleanup. But I have 3 things to talk about tonight. I'm not going to repeat anything anybody else said, I don't think. Looking at the revised document, and I know you're not talking about the addendum tonight, but I think it relates to the PUDs as well. The section 1094, the budget funds, the $1 million for the seawall for the purpose of public recreation. Those funds were, I think, originally appropriated through an act of Senator Bumstead. And the concept at the time, the design, called for that far western peninsula pier walkway to extend further into the lake than it does now. The deep water that was close to the end of the pier previously probably was in reasonable casting distance. Now that it has been moved further towards shore, there may not be reasonable casting distance. It's very shallow out there. You're not going to cast into the marina. You're going to have to cast out into the open water, right? So that's not proposed for dredging, and I think it's shallow for quite a ways before you get to that 35-foot depth out there. So then related to that is the middle longest peninsula and the dispute over the property boundary. And I've provided some information to staff and elected officials regarding the boundary and how it was rectified by West Shore through a study that determined a bearing was inaccurate in the Moore and Bridging survey, and that the city actually owns the preponderance of that peninsula, all except the west-facing slope. So the city owns that flat top of that peninsula, that longer peninsula, as well as the east-facing slope. And the reason I bring that up is because the end of that east-facing slope, the end of the longest peninsula, if you're facing east, you are within reasonable casting distance of deep water where you can catch big fish. So if there's a fishing pier to be put somewhere on a public walkway, that would be the prime area and would be then favorably looked at by grant funders to help fund such a fishing pier, as you know, was funded at one time and given back. So I've checked on that. And then, I think those are really the main things. The property line, the depth for the fishing pier, the use of those funds. We don't want to lose anything, and we don't want to eliminate our eligibility to get grant funds.
Thank you, Mr. Appreciate you joining us tonight and for all the work you've done over the many decades for our lake and waterfront. Stephen Donnelly, joining us from Dalton Township. Please, welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Evening, everybody, and thank you. I want to give you a little history just quickly about why I know Muskegon. You know, a lot of people may not remember this fireworks for the Seaway Festival. I used to watch those from the Medical Arts Building when I was yay tall. The Y used to be downtown here, what used to be the Muskegon Mall, now that's gone. I started my swimming lessons there. Where the first two houses went up for the Hartshorn development, that used to be practice field for soccer for the Y when it moved down there. I played there. My dad's office was over on Peck Street. I've spent, even though I grew up in Whitehall, I spent a large amount of my time in Muskegon. So like somebody else earlier, I do have an investment in this project. I've been working on it since before it became public. Before the contract was signed and the deal was closed for him to buy this property, I was working with Ryan on this. I knew back then he was wanting to make land public access. So that's always been his plan, is to grant additional access to the public. I know that East Peninsula, there's been a lot of debate, a lot of controversy on who actually owns it, where that dividing line is for the property line. Is it in the water? You know, that could be a moot point because Ryan wants to make that public. He said he wants to keep it public, and I've heard him say that upon his death, he wants to be able to just donate that to the city, to have it to the public in perpetuity. So, yeah, is the project perfect? No. There's going to be issues. But, you know, sometimes Muskegon, we have to make some choices to progress. Because we had the opportunity of having the windmill factory coming in for, what was it, $2 billion investment into the Muskegon County. We didn't do it. I remember when the fireworks festival came to town for 2 weeks. They wanted to come back. They were told, no, it's too much noise, too much of a nuisance. That brought in a lot of money to Muskegon. I've seen downtown grow, I've seen downtown fall apart, and I'm happy to see it coming back. We're actually looking on trying to move my business into the city out of the Causeway area when we can, because we believe in Muskegon. We believe it's going to be a right spot for us instead of moving to Grand Rapids or something, because we do deal with higher end properties with what I do. So, you know, look at it, think about it, and do talk to Ryan because he is very accessible. I shake my head when I see him post his personal cell phone number online telling people give him a call or text, because I wouldn't do it. I don't want everybody to have it. I don't give it to my clients anymore. So call him, talk to him, get his opinion, bend his ear. He'll listen to you. So
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. Appreciate you joining us tonight, and I hope you do choose to relocate your business to our city and choose to grow with Muskegon. Next up, we have Justin Nisbet joining us from the city of North Muskegon. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Hello, good evening. I've been fortunate enough to build a business here in Muskegon. Recently relocate our family and buy a house in Muskegon County, and have been fortunate enough to be involved in the Adelaide Point project on the outskirts of it. We have struggled to grow a business. It's hard to find employees, and yet what Adelaide Point has brought forth is a client base that is unmatched. They are high value, they have money, they are willing to spend it, and they expect a lot. And they support the boating industry, filled with artisans, craftsmen, and we are so excited to get to continue to grow that here in West Michigan. We have meetings scheduled now to meet with educational institutions to bring training to West Michigan, try to get programs in with the CTC to get high school students with opportunities to high-paying year-round jobs. We are just very excited for this project to move forward and the opportunities that it creates for this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nisbet. Welcome to Muskegon County, and thank you for choosing to grow with Greater Muskegon. Next up, we have Liz Wilder joining us from the Nelson neighborhood. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
I was debating on whether to say anything tonight, but as I hear comment after comment, I think the biggest thing with this entire development is that even after all of the attempts for Mr. Leesema to put out information, for the city to put out information, people are still kind of getting some of it wrong. And I feel like that's extremely unfortunate. So after I heard a few people in their comments, I just thought it was important just to kind of backtrack on a couple of those things. Number one, I want to say, like, I'm so
Ms. Wilder,
excited.
Please direct your comments to the commission.
I'm excited that that there are developers coming in and they are taking these opportunities just to make our downtown area beautiful and our lakeshore beautiful. Like, did not grow up here. We moved here about 10 years ago, and I absolutely love Muskegon and I love downtown. With that being said, my one reservation with Adelaide Point and Hartshorn is the use of the boat launch by Adelaide Point. And a lot of that comes from the way that Leesema represents himself through social media. And so I know, like, getting information is extremely important. So when we were all here on the 2nd, I made a point to talk to him directly about the use of the boat launch and why he couldn't continue to use the launch that he has at Adelaide Point. On January 17th, he had posted on his Facebook that he could no longer use it because the state had come back, or Eagle had come back and said that he needed to seek alternative ways of, or alternative areas, which we have since learned that they did not say that. They did not tell him he had to use a different launch in order to continue the business that he wanted. So when I asked him why he couldn't use that, he was very truthful and he was very honest. Because of the extra added storage that he had to add to Adelaide Point, the direct access to his launch was no longer available. In order to finance everything that he wants to do at Adelaide Point, his boat storage has to be successful. He was very clear about that when I asked him. I directly asked him right when we were standing in front of the mats of the development. So those are the things that give me a little bit of reservation. And then also saying either you give it all to me or I take it away. What's to say another developer doesn't want to come in and also use the launch? Is this just strictly for him? Is he the only one that can have this agreement with the city to use that launch for his private thing? There are 3 different developers right now that all want boat storage and to launch boats. It's a multi-million-dollar operation right now. And they are trying to hop on to basically what is a cash cow. I don't blame them. If I had the money to do it, I'd store everyone's boats too. And the boats will, I did ask him, thank you.
Appreciate you joining us tonight. Next up, we have Mr. Michael Poulin joining us from the city of North Muskegon. Welcome, Sheriff Poulin. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commission. I don't think I'll be that long. You know, like I said before, I wish I could come in here and kind of give pride into the NIMS neighborhood because that is where I grew up. My parents still live there today. But I'm a resident of the city of North Muskegon now, and I don't know if this is the appropriate time, you know, looking at the agenda, but I thought the topic was important. And there really hasn't been any discussion today about it, but you know, as I read through social media and talking to my friends, my family, we've been boaters our whole lives. I keep a boat at Point Marine, but the concerns came up, and I believe they were valid through conversation about additional boat traffic as a result of the marina. You know, I've been here before. I'm 100% support of the marina itself. I'm not going to get into these other issues right now, and I don't think that's, but I really would like people to understand that, you know, if you have questions, my office is open and I can get anybody in contact with one of our marine deputies. But I do want our community to understand and know that as a sheriff's office, we are available, we are prepared, and we are staffed for any additional boat traffic. There is plenty of space on Muskegon Lake. I'm not concerned about that. The Sheriff's Office has the two largest fire service boats in Muskegon Lake. I've made a coordinated effort the last 6 years to make sure that those were available for fire service agencies, both in the city of Muskegon and the city of North Muskegon. In all, we keep 3 boats on Muskegon Lake, always at the ready. And I'm also pleased to announce we are able to increase 4 more staff members on our Marine Patrol service for, well, actually forever, basically, let me put it that way. So we now have 14 staff that will be working through the season. So I just, if it helps a little bit, that's great, but there's plenty of room on the lake. As a boater, I support an idea of somewhere else I can go to dinner, another location and things like that too. But and once again, if there's any questions of any of you either, please feel free to reach out. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Cohen. Appreciate you joining us tonight and sharing your perspective. Next up, we have Tom Monette joining us from Holton. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. I'm the broker for Adelaide Point. The reason I took that development is because I accepted the project, obviously because of the benefits, and my heart is very much in Muskegon. My family has been in this area since 1872, and Muskegon has always been our go-to town. A little background, I want to talk about the development of Terrace Point Landing. That was 2016. That was my first downtown development. Very successful. My partner, Carmen McBride, didn't even want to do it. Leo Langlois, a familiar Muskegon name, obviously, said it would never sell. I disagreed, and we sold out in 2021. It was a turning point in Muskegon. Previously, many years with no new homes construction in the city of Muskegon. We did have difficulty with appraisals, getting comparable sales, and getting financing. People could not get financed in the city of Muskegon for these houses. We sold some cash sales units. Now appraisals are available, attainable in Muskegon, completely changed. Close to downtown, homes are being sought after. People are being willing to rehab, feel good about investing and living in Muskegon. During my 5 years at Terrace Point, we had an open model, and we had hundreds of visitors weekly. And it's kind of like local, out of town, and surprisingly a large amount of people like this gentleman here coming back to Muskegon community. Most love the area. The biggest question I always had, and actually some people turned away because of West Western. Because of so run down as such. So my point is, West Western is the only good thing on West Western. The gem is Ted Fricano's wonderful complex. He's a rose among many thorns. Now the city has an opportunity with Adelaide Point. Ryan and Emily Leenstra will enhance the bike path, more usable public space, change the complexion out of area, and truly beautiful development. Truly use the waterfront and make a beautiful community for many to enjoy. This is a three-legged stool. The PUD is one leg that supports the additional parts of this project. In my expert opinion, the north side, which is Adelaide Point and Hartshorn, is crucial to the making of the John Rooks Shaw Walker development desirable and feasible as well. We enhance the south side. The north side is feasible and developable. Many times Muskegon in the past has been accused of sleeping at the switch. I don't think that's the case these days with the new boards. Please don't let Muskegon miss out on this opportunity to start a total transformation of West Western. Kind of turn the armpit of Muskegon to the absolute of Muskegon.
Thank you, Mr. Manette. We are done with the forms. So before we go to the phone, I'm going to give one opportunity for anyone in the audience who did not complete a form and that wishes to still speak and has not spoken yet, wishes to speak on an agenda item. Going once? Going twice? All right. Phone call, or to the lines.
We've only received one phone call, and it's been posted for an hour. So
all right.
Hour and a half.
Hi, Ryan. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to put you on.
Can we now?
You can go
Sounds
ahead
like
and,
Ryan.
this is,
All right, we
Ryan.
have Ryan Leesma joining us from the city of North Muskegon on the line by way of Florida. You have your 3 minutes to provide your remarks, sir.
Sorry I couldn't be there. Had a health issue that I had to deal with. Where would you like me to start, Mayor?
Where would you like him to start?
You have 3 minutes.
He's
to
actually
speak.
giving you 3 minutes to make any comments you want. So it's up to you.
Public comment on agenda items right now.
So there's been a lot of talk about Hartshorn and the marina over there. I think what I want to stress is that the use of that facility, while it certainly helps our business, is not a requirement for us to put in the boat storage facility that is on our private property over there. They're really two separate issues. I do think, though, that some of the fears regarding how things are going to interact between a business and the public is probably a little unfounded, because really what it comes down to is we have to decide whether or not we're going to work together. We have to decide as to whether or not we're going to be good partners. And for us, that means being extremely conscientious of people that are on the bike path. It takes 2 seconds to stop and wait for us. We can wait for a family that's walking by. We can wait for somebody from out of town to enjoy the waterfront. We don't have to just barrel on through and cut people off. It's kind of ridiculous to think that we would do that, because it's disrespectful. We want the public to enjoy our property, and the arrangement that we made with the city is that we can do that. If there are issues, we can address those. And I feel really good about that. But the Hartshorn Village boat storage location is something on our private property that we would use regardless of whether or not we could use the facility at Hartshorn. That's about it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Leesma. Appreciate you joining us by phone during public comment.
All right. Thank you.
No one else? Waiting? All right. So that concludes public comment on agenda items. Commissioners, you've had an opportunity to review the consent agenda. Are there any items on consent that you wish to have removed and considered for separate consideration, deliberation, and vote? Vice Mayor German.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I believe it's 9A.
I think that's new business.
That's new business. Oh, that's under new business?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, what? Oh, given that, yeah. Okay, I see it now.
You're unfinished.
Yeah, unfinished business. Yeah. Okay. Well, I will withdraw that.
Unfinished business, yeah. Item 9. So any of the items under 7, consent agenda, that commissioners would like to have both from consent and discussed and voted on separately.
Sure. 7E.
7. Any other items, commissioners? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda as presented minus item 7E.
I move that we accept the consent agenda minus item E, 7E.
Support.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor German, supported by Commissioner St. Clair, to adopt the consent agenda as presented, minus item 7E. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hood,
Yes.
Vice Mayor German,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Emery,
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 7E, Commissioner Gorman.
Thank you. I move to authorize the movement of precincts 3 and 4 from Muskegon Middle School to Central Assembly of God at 896 Home Street. Move precinct 2 from Marquette Elementary to Bethsaida Baptist Church at 575 South Getty, and move precinct 11 from Glenside Elementary to Celebration Community at 1260 West Sherman.
Support.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gorman, supported by Commissioner Emery, to relocate these 3 precincts to the buildings and addresses presented. Commissioner Gorman.
I welcome any opportunity to talk about participating in our local elections, and I want to thank our city clerk staff for being proactive ahead of the election season, knowing that those precincts did need new locations. And certainly have the opportunity to make sure our neighbors located in those precincts know where to go to vote, and all the other many opportunities we have to participate in our local government. So that's all I wanted to mention.
Thank you, Commissioner Gorman. Yeah, I just want to clarify. I realized I said 3 precincts. 4 precincts,
Oh, sorry,
3
4.
locations.
It's actually 4, yes.
I caught myself. That's what, but you heard me muttering over here, so sorry if I was
No.
causing
The
you
reason why
confusion,
they
interrupting
are-
you, Commissioner Gorman.
They are moving is because Muskegon Public Schools is going under major renovation, so the schools will not be available.
So that's the impetus for the relocation, is the current facilities will become unavailable.
Correct.
And our city clerk's office worked diligently on exploring a lot of different locations, and these are what became available, and so graciously became available. So Commissioner, who supported that? Commissioner Emery. Do you have any questions or anything to add with regard to the motion?
It's been said.
All right. Commissioners, any other questions or comments on this item? No? All right. Well, I appreciate the work of our clerk's office, always doing an excellent job, top notch. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor German?
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Commissioner Emery?
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hood?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Public hearings. The 2021 Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, otherwise known as the CAPER. Community Neighborhood Services, led out by our Director of CNS, Sharonda Carson. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sharonda Carson. I am the Director of Community and Neighborhood Services. And I just wanted to give a brief overview of our CAPER. The CAPER is a very important tool that we use to report to HUD, but it also serves as a tool for a moment of transparency to the community, as well as staff, stakeholders, and anyone else. And so it's really important that we receive the comments from the public, because it helps us plan. And of course, at the end of the year, the CAPER is sent in, and so now it's time to start our annual action plan for the current year, 2022. So we do need the feedback from the public, so that we can go ahead and plan future programs and use of funding from the federal government. Comments can be received by phone if you guys want to call in to Community and Neighborhood Services, or you can also email us at cnsmail@shorelinecity.com. We also have copies of the CAPER online, as well as there's copies at Hackley Library, as well as the Housing Commission, Muskegon Housing Commission. So if you all could help us out, help us with some feedback, that'll be great. I did want to reach out, show you guys, or point out some of our accomplishments for 2021, so you all should have a copy of that. So a total of 149 households were served through our programs. That was 51 senior homes provided with home repairs, and we served a total of 18 home buyers with assistance to purchase new homes. 15 units were abated for lead. 1.5 million of total funds were awarded in new grant funding to create healthier homes for Muskegon County. There is also $828,000 invested in improving Muskegon homes. Also, you guys can see there is a chart depicting the demographics that we served as well. So if you guys will have questions for me, I'm willing to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Director Carson.
Just for those who may not be able to see the screen, can you tell them what CAPER stands for?
Oh, sorry about that. The CAPER is our Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. Thank you.
This is a public hearing. I'll go to commissioners first on any questions they have for Director Carson, and then we'll be opening up to the audience if you wish to speak on this item. Vice Mayor German.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Director Carlson. With this program for the home improvements and stuff like that, sometimes I stop into the office and I get applications for residents and constituents that is not aware. Has there been an increase of funds for more services to the community, or have most of those funds been exhausted for this year?
Are you asking if we still have more funding
Exactly.
in? Okay, yes, we do have more funding in. We do have a ton of applications. We're always accepting more, and we're always willing to serve, so keep them coming.
Okay. Now, also with the CDBG block grant funding,
Yes.
and then also there was a senior millage fund.
Yes.
Now, do we still have that available as well?
So the senior millage funds is a little bit different. We don't have a lot of funding available. We were granted 200 and a little bit over 200,000. Well, I take that back. It's 100,000 to serve. And so since we opened the senior millage funding, we've had a lot of participation from seniors with home repair. So there's a long waiting list. We've had to close the application for at the moment until we are able to catch up.
Okay. And one last question there, because the limitations on what could be done in a lot of these homes, and residents that I usually come across are on fixed income senior citizens. What is the limits that they could have done in their homes? Usually it's like one job, maybe a roof or something like that, but there may be other needs also. So are we looking to just kind of expand that where they can actually get multiple things done in their homes?
So it depends on what grant source you're talking about. So for senior millage, it is one major and one minor. So they could possibly get 2 repairs in 2-year time frame. With our CDBG dollars, we have our priority home repair and also our residential facade program. And with those 2 programs, they're pretty much combined. So if you need a roof and you need siding, you could get both at one time. So that has changed. And in the past, it was only one service. You could get siding or you get your foundation. But now you can potentially get both of those.
Well, that's great to hear. Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Mayor German. And just the $100,000 reference for the senior millage funding that the city is receiving via the county. It's just to give clarity or added specificity, it's $101,234, of which during the consent agenda we approved $19,700 for the senior power produce at our farmers market. That's just our portion. There's additional funding that goes into that to provide that service in the summertime. And then we also are allocating $300 for Senior Fresh, and then $81,234, so the lion's share of that money is going into the home repair program.
Right. So that is in addition to our senior millage funding that we receive from Senior Resources. So the municipal fund is a little bit different. So that's in addition to, and that's another pot of money that they could potentially use that's outside of the Senior Resources funding.
Excellent. Thank you. Yep. Commissioner Hood.
Yeah, I just like to make a comment that your departments have always done a great job, even when Director Bailey was here. And I see after she left, which she was doing a phenomenal job, that you haven't skipped a beat. So
thank you.
For you and your department, I just like to give you some kudos.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Here, here. Thank you, Commissioner Hood. Well said. Any other comments from the commission or questions right now? All right, we're going to open up to the public. So anyone in the audience wishes to comment on the caper or any of the resources?
That's awesome.
You're welcome to come up to the podium.
Actually, I can stand here. I just wanted to.
But no, in order for people to hear you at home, watching on live stream or YouTube or Channel 96, Miss Renee Starr.
Yes.
Yes, if you'd like to give your remarks.
Yes, that's all I wanted to do is have a copy of this. We kind of specialize in low-income housing and helping other people who are low-income areas, and this would be a great resource. So I just kind of wanted a copy of what you have here. Yeah, so that we can also send people your way. This is awesome. Thank you.
Excellent.
Did you want to keep this?
Oh, can I have
Yes,
this?
you
Oh,
can.
thank you.
Thank you, Miss Starr. Anyone else in the audience wishes to speak? No, come on up. No, come on up.
Be shy. So you are doing great, by the way. So for people who are like online and may not understand how the CDBG funds work, would you mind like explaining that process to, people in the community so they will understand that a little bit more?
Okay, so our CDBG programs, those are our priority home repair residential facade programs, and it's a 80% AMI for families. So if you would like to apply for the program, we collect your, we have to have proof of ownership, proof identification, proof of your taxes that are paid, that you have homeowners insurance, and if anybody over the age of 18, they would also have to provide their identification, and any children, we collect their information as well. And so we consider the entire family, and you can get things done such as a roof or foundation, electrical, plumbing, just pretty much anything outside of windows. But yeah, so and also, as I referenced, the residential facade program, you can qualify for siding if your home has wood siding that's peeling or chipping. So was that okay?
Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Mr. Vanderwey. Yes.
Thank you as well, Sharonda, for your work.
No problem.
I was just quickly looking at the City of Muskegon website, and there's a link to the document. One of the comments it talks about is the city is exploring an opportunity to partnering with a neighborhood community to create a community land trust within the City of Muskegon. I was just hoping you could maybe give an update as to where that partnership is at in terms of creating that land trust.
So currently we have been meeting with the city of Grand Haven. They have a community land trust that has been developed already, and it's pretty successful. And so we're in the process of meeting with their team and seeing how we could join forces to create something like that here in Muskegon. And what it would do is it would provide another opportunity for low-income families to have access to homes in an affordable capacity, and that land would be, and it wouldn't be any cost to have a home on that land. So it'll be more affordable for that low-income family. So.
Good question, and thank you, Director Carson, for those insights.
No problem.
So we have this available at Hackley Public Library. It's on the website. You're asking for not only feedback on what has been accomplished, but also how to allocate and prioritize resources going forward for programming and services.
Yes.
So if you all, want to hear or have more support for that community land trust and affordable housing, but that's feedback that Director Carson and our community neighborhood services personnel would really welcome.
Yeah, so you guys can provide the comments tonight, or you guys can think about it and get in contact with us. You can call into the office or email us.
And what's a good email address?
cnsmail@shorelinecity.com.
All right. Anyone else in the audience wishes to give remarks at this time on this item? No?
I'm sorry. So, with like, I didn't bring it up, but like with community land trust, and this is one of the things that is a little bit worrisome. It's like with community land trust, community benefit agreements, any of those things, it's kind of worrisome how like members of like the community is not like really at the table. Like community land trusts and community benefit agreements, they don't usually resonate with the municipality. They come from the community. The community comes up with the plans and they talk to the municipalities, they talk to the stakeholders, and they come up with an agreement, and community land trusts are owned, generally speaking, by the community. So I'm not attacking you. But what I don't understand about a lot of this is that it's always, even though the community is always speaking out about, and I'm speaking of our organization, many of the other ones, always speaking about the things that we want to see as the community, how we want to be at the table, but when it's decisions to be made, that's not happening. And I understand that people work for, the city manager's office, and the city manager is employed by the commissioners, but the commissioners are employed by us. And if the community is saying they want a seat at the table, why are these things even being considered at all? They are community-driven initiatives. And none of you, and I'm not attacking, but it's quite frustrating. I'm really not attacking you, because maybe you just don't know. Maybe you didn't do the research. But that stuff generates in the community. Grand Haven is nothing like us. Not even demographically speaking at all. Not even financially speaking. Why would that even, I don't get it. But if you would have reached out to people within the community, and not people who are going to say what you want them to say, because as they say, all skin folk and kinfolk, or all people in the same community not representing the same thing. Some people have their own self-interest. But why aren't you? It's so disheartening. It's so hurtful. Because these things are from us. Not the partnership is between us, not municipalities putting that stuff onto the community. Not you, love. I'm sorry. I just had to say that part. Sorry.
Well, Maria,
No problem. Thank you.
Your comments are very important to us, and we will be taking a note of that. We do invite you to, be a part of the conversation. That's why I've put an emphasis on commenting and letting us know what does the community need, what would they like to see. We don't often get that. We always offer an opportunity to speak out in community and neighborhood services. There's always a public comment section for whatever we do. It's a part of our process. So if we could get more citizen participation, that would be a plus. So thank you for your comments.
Absolutely. To echo that, thank you, Ms. McIntosh, for your comments, your concern, and your care for our community. And our community neighborhood services is very much about community development and those partnerships, and actively pursuing that feedback and that partnership for the improvement of our neighborhoods and the lives and lived experiences of our residents. And so I know that community land trust is something that you've done research personally and been interested in moving forward. And I would encourage you to reach out to Director Carson and have a sit down and have that conversation and see how we may be able to collaborate, because collaboration is what cultivates community. So thank you. And thank you, Director Carson.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Commissioners, do you have anything else before closing this public hearing? Then I'd welcome a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Support.
We got a motion by Commissioner Gorman, supported by Commissioner Hood, to close the public hearing. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor German,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Emery,
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hood.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Unfinished business. ARPA Community Grant Program with our development services. Do we have a motion? So we may proceed with deliberation and a report out from staff.
Let's see. I move to authorize $1,500,000 from the city's allocation of the American Rescue Plan Act (ARPA) federal stimulus funds to create an ARPA community grant program.
Support.
We have a motion by Commissioner St. Clair, supported by Commissioner Emery, to authorize $1.5 million from the city's allocation of American Rescue Plan Act federal stimulus funds to create an ARPA community grant program.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor
Dr.
and
Peter Wills.
Commissioners, for the opportunity to come back to you after a few weeks. We've had an opportunity to engage the Commission on some feedback we received the first time we covered this topic, but for the edification of the public, we'll provide a little quick summary and then we'll get into just some specific changes that we made into the program. As was mentioned, staff seeking authorization to spend $1.5 million of the city's remaining allocation of the American Rescue Plan Act federal stimulus for the creation of an ARPA community grant program. As the public may realize or may not know, back in March of 2021, the federal government authorized communities to accept considerable resources through the American Rescue Plan Act to assist local governments and other community organizations through or who were impacted by the COVID-19 public health emergency, really to address long-standing health and economic disparities which were amplified through the pandemic. And so at this time, what we are hoping and encouraging nonprofit organizations, eligible nonprofit organizations, and small businesses to submit projects that would really advance equity, strengthen the economic vitality of the city, strengthen the quality of life for our residents, and also that would be aligned with our city long-term goals. There was some concern about the applicability of these funds for nonprofits. I will say that these funds are very broad in the context of entities that organizations and local units of government across the country could award funds to. For example, households, small businesses, and nonprofits, or even aid-impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. So a lot of that guidance is coming from the federal government. We are looking at impactful projects that could be proposed by these two eligible entities, given the fact that they're one-time monies, to try to create long-standing projects that will not necessarily always be dependent on these resources, but could be of short duration that would have long-lasting impact within our community that could help the community recover from the pandemic. As part of so to that point regarding nonprofit organizations, between now and March 1st, when we're hoping to open the application period, I and other staff are very willing to accept questions or comments regarding that piece. I provided some links to some federal guidance as it relates to whether or not a nonprofit believes that they are or they're not, or a small business believes that they are or are not qualified. So there's some level of effort that those two entities will have to do initially, but I'm absolutely willing to work with them before that application period opens, as well as during that period, which would be from March 1st to March 31st, when that period would close. During the month of April, we would have our community grant review team that would be considering applications and making recommendations to you for hopeful approval by the end of April. The makeup of that review team would consist of the manager or his or her designee on that, and as well as 4 members from the public. We're hoping to identify, through your help and other organizations, 4 residents that would be comprised with the manager, and I think the mayor has some comments regarding the mayor's participation or commissioner's participation on that review committee. But at this time, it looks there would be 4 residents that would be reflective of the 4 wards across the city, as well as the manager. In addition to 2 community-based organizations that we think could act in an advisory capacity, that would have some philanthropic background, that could help guide, not necessarily vote on, but help guide this review committee through that process and any experiences that they've had in any granting programs of that nature. We are looking at the range of this 1.5 million divided by, say, 25,000 minimum to $250,000. We're hoping that applicants would apply in increments of $25,000, $50,000. So that's that range of $25,000 to $250,000. We, at this point, relative to our community engagement and information that will be made available in the next day or two, pending your approval, we do have a dedicated page on the website ready to go that does include frequently asked questions, a guidelines document, the actual application, number of links to some federal pieces of information relative to the ARPA process. And so we would encourage applicants initially to take a look at that. And we have a dedicated email and a phone number through Development Services to answer any questions. We just, through our community engagement manager, recorded a very short video that describes 5-6 minute video that describes the same process. So for those who would like to accept that information in that way, that'll be made available. So again, encourage folks to reach out to us. We'd like to make that information available again before the application window opens, rather than making it available just for 30 days. And with that, let's see. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Director Wills.
Actually,
Go ahead.
sorry. So having met with Commissioner Ramsey, we did expand the timeline, my aggressive timeline before, and so you can see between now and the end of April. So he was very helpful in that regard. We talked a little bit about some reporting requirements, some sustainability plans and information that he has available in his professional nonprofit background. We increased or specified some building code language in the event that a project would involve the construction of, rather than not creating the implication that all projects would be constructing something. So we provided that clarity. So apologize. So that's part of what's reflected in here, reflective of that conversation with Commissioner Ramsey, as well as what I heard from you all the last time I was here. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Director Wills. And appreciate your work on updating this and evolving it based upon the feedback we received from the City Commission. With regard to one of the individuals who spoke during public comment about their neighborhood association not being a 501c3 and potentially being precluded from participating in this program, do we have the flexibility to open it up to neighborhood associations, regardless of whether their 501c3 status is active, pending, or non-existent?
I think that would be eligible, but certainly it'd be up to your prerogative to make a particular provision for that particular kind of example. So,
okay.
Yes.
Commissioners, would you welcome inclusion of our neighborhood associations, our recognized neighborhood associations, of which there are 15. All 15 neighborhoods have an active neighborhood association now, which is wonderful. Would you welcome the inclusion or the opportunity for all of our neighborhood associations, regardless of their 501c3 status? Some have it, some don't, some have it pending. Would you welcome their inclusion or opportunity to participate and apply for these grant dollars? Commissioner St. Clair.
I would support that. I think the neighborhood associations are recognized by the city. None of them are out there going rogue. We support them in other ways as a government entity, so I think that makes a lot of sense.
Thank you, Commissioner St. Clair. Commissioner Hood, did I see that? No. And Vice Mayor German.
Yes, I like, I guess, the approach. We have this application process, and I think, doing that kind of sets a bad precedent, because you have an application process for nonprofit organizations to apply for, and then even going back further, before we had this application process, we gave millions of dollars to entities, and we didn't have that process. So I'm looking at the equity piece now, and it seems like the equity portion now is just kind of been put on the back burner, I would say. I don't have a problem with neighborhood associations, because I think they do an excellent job, and engaging the communities in their neighborhoods. But the consistency I don't see here. I mean, you kind of, will change the rules of engagement here to allow a certain other entity to be involved in and get funds, where it's not equitable across the slate there. So, I mean, that's where I struggle at. Um, Maybe we can help them get a 501c and have it consistent across. I don't know. I'm just saying. I just want to make sure that when we talk about equity, diversity, inclusion, we stick to that, and we make sure that everyone has a fair opportunity and not cut corners or provide favoritism or whatever.
Thank you, Vice Mayor
Yeah.
German. My thoughts at first blush in response to that, and I certainly appreciate the emphasis on equity, is that we have 15 active neighborhood associations. All of them are invited to participate in our neighborhood enhancement grant program. And when you speak of 501c3 status, because I've been attending neighborhood association meetings across our city, and it happens to be the neighborhood associations that exist in our neighborhoods that are poorer and more diverse that are less likely to have the 501c3 status. And so it's those neighborhood associations that would be precluded from accessing these additional grant dollars. And so by precluding them, I think actually runs contrary to the intent of advancing equity, because you're precluding disadvantaged populations from participating in these grant dollars. But I will say that I wholeheartedly agree with you on the city assisting our neighborhood associations, because some have struggled getting that status, assisting all of our neighborhood associations, recognized neighborhood associations, to get that 501c3 status, so that not only they could participate in these types of grant opportunities, but make it easier for anyone else to make those charitable contributions to the organization. So I wholeheartedly agree with you in that regard, Vice Mayor German. Commissioner St. Clair?
I would just like to add, I believe that we are currently writing the rules of engagement today, and have been ongoing. And until we vote to approve or disapprove of this, I believe that there is still room to make changes to the process that work for the community. So I understand your concern. I don't think that we're changing the bar. I think we are in the process of setting the bar. And as the mayor said, I think that the neighborhoods that would benefit the most from this are the ones that don't have a 501c3 status and don't have funds to support their community. So I think that with a look towards equity, it would be in those neighborhoods benefit for us to include them in this process, whether they have the 501c3 or not.
Thank you, Commissioner St. Clair. Commissioner Hood?
Yes. I don't have a problem with adding all the community, all the neighborhood associations in. I just would like to let there be some type of guide that makes sure that the neighborhood associations are including the community, their total community, because a lot of times neighborhood associations is only a small few people, like maybe 10 people. Sometimes some have more, some have less. And there's no real engagement in that community for some reason. And I'm not saying that they don't try, but I'm saying when they get this money, if they're allowed to get this funding, the grant, then there should be some stipulations to make sure that they're doing something of community outreach.
Well emphasized. Thank you, Commissioner Hood. Vice Mayor German?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. To echo Commissioner St. Clair's point, when you talked about kind of setting the engagements, if I heard you correctly, and I always stress, and I stressed before when we talked about this process here, that $1.5 million is really a drop in the bucket when it comes to providing funding to these organizations. And I stress that I would like to see these type of funds be available for new startup organizations, not established, well-established organizations that will come in and apply for funds and who has a strong, reputable reputation. If we're going to, start setting the rules of engagement or add to it, I'd like to see it go up another 500,000, make it 2 million. Because now you're adding more organizations into this, and who knows what they're going to apply for. So I would be open to that for starters. And I don't know, City Council, would I have to make a motion for that or anything? Okay. Well, if I can get some support, I'd like to increase the Opera Community Grant Program up to $2 million, or additional 500,000 for these grant services.
I'll support it.
We have a motion to amend the underlying motion to increase the grant program to $2 million. We discussed the amendment, right? Okay, that's what I thought. Yep. Discussion. Discussion, Commissioners. Commissioner Gorman.
Thank you. Have we decided to allocate the $4 million to Parks and Rec? That was mentioned earlier this evening.
At the work session, there was a soft commitment of the remaining $6.1 million ish to allocate $4.5 million towards our revived Parks and Recreation Department. And the prior capital improvement plan had anticipated needs of at least $13 million. Now we are going to be going through the process of a comprehensive update to our Parks and Recreation Master Plan in concert with our Parks and Recreation Citizen Council to inform priorities on capital improvements and programming, so that number could end up being exceeding 13 million. But that's the more recent reference point. And then there was a soft commitment of 4.5 million to that, and then 1.5 million to this grant program at that time. Director Wills.
So the commission does have the flexibility as provided by the federal government to timelines by which you have to allocate or set aside these, ARP funds, the $22.8 million, by the end of 2024, and then have them actually spent by the end of 2026. So between now and the end of 2024, you do have that flexibility, regardless of a program or initiative, regardless of 1.5 or 2 or 4.5, you do have that flexibility as based on dollars that you previously committed, wherever they come back actually into an accurate figure.
Thank you, Director Wells. Commissioner Hood.
I guess my question would be, where would that extra money come from?
I think it, and correct me if I'm wrong, I also asked Director Vanderheide to stand up in case we had some questions for him. The assumption would be it would be coming out of the money that we had tentatively earmarked for parks projects. So through that ARPA fund, and so I don't, and like the mayor noted, it's tentative, I guess is the best way to say it. But that was looking at the overall park improvements that the city had anticipated needing. So
yeah, we keep taking away from the parks and putting it on the back burner. So I mean, that's our only option.
Well, for the ARPA dollars,
yeah.
Yes.
We have, correct me if I'm wrong, I understood the previous work session we had about 6.1 million. So there's actually about $100,000 unallocated. So you could ostensibly, instead of adding $500,000 to this program, add $100,000 and still not take away from the parks.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we have that latitude. Unless y'all spent that have
No, we have not.
Better knowledge on that.
Another option could be, and we don't have firm numbers on this, but as we go through and there's been areas where we've allocated money for, and like any budget process, if there's monies left over, we could always look back and determine if we would do something, if we wanted to allocate leftover money from other projects into maybe the grant process or into the parks or wherever the commission so wishes. But what we're trying to do right now is not over allocate the dollars that we have, if that makes sense.
I'd be fairly confident that some resources could be available between now and the end of '24 to allocate how you are discussing at the moment, without taking away from parks and other areas.
I have a thought, but I was like, I'll defer.
Okay.
It's your motion. So I'm going to defer
man.
to you and advocate for your motion.
Or
otherwise.
Yeah, thank you,
Minus
Director Willis. I was kind of looking down the line what you just stated there. How could we allocate dollars from other projects? $2 million. I mean, $2 million is not a lot of money. It's a lot of money, but then again, when you have organizations out here that's really trying to get started and do things and sustain, and I think a lot of people have been hurt by the pandemic. We've invested and dedicated money to entities that we know have a substantial amount of influence in getting dollars and raising dollars. And I just look at, hey, not donating, but committing $2 million to this project, this proposal for the community. It gives back to the community. It gives them an opportunity to feel part of the process. And then you have a lot of these taxpayers here, so they can do some things that the city is not doing. They can probably reach other neighborhoods or things that they are trying to do to make a difference in their community. So I really would like to see this passed and see the work and work with the community, and these different organizations.
Thank you, Vice Mayor German. Commissioner Gorman, do you have anything to add or ask at this time?
I would just add that I'm fine with raising the cap, I guess, to $2 million. I would be curious through this application process and the recommendations of the committee how close we're actually going to get to exceeding whatever limit we decide today, or actually coming within where we want to be. So I just hesitate to allocate too much today and find out that our staff recommendation was actually where we wanted to be. Having said that, though, I also want to recognize the comments we've received on this process in the past that, in addition to it being a one-time opportunity for our community, it is uniquely a one-time opportunity for nonprofits in the city. I'm fine with neighborhood associations that are not at a 501c3 status receiving funds because this is uniquely for our city, but I also hesitate that I hope that the commission can be in agreement then that is where that exception stops, and we are not entertaining other nonprofits that are in the process of getting 501c3 status and have a great cause and doing a great thing. So that would just be my input then tonight if we're moving forward with this.
Thank you, Commissioner Gorman.
I guess a question for Director Vanderhyde is if the allocation amount is changed, how do we have an idea about how that would shift, other than the fact $500,000, but how that would shift within the parks plan as it is right now?
Well, as a part of that soft allocation proposal, a key component of that was taking that money and using it as the backbone of a updated Parks and Rec master plan. So, to say that it's going to remove or set aside any particular project or any particular park, I certainly wouldn't want to do that. The parks in the city have a great need, like many other things, and whether the funding available is $4.5 million or less or more, I can assure you that we will spend it in a responsible way on specific improvements, and that we'll seek the community's feedback on that. I guess to summarize and attempt to answer your question a little more directly, we can certainly use all of the money that the commission is willing to devote to the parks. They have a need, just as many other areas of our communities do.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Hood.
And just to kind of piggyback on that, because the money that's going into the parks is going into the neighborhoods also. So, and a lot of those, a lot of the money that's allocated for the parks are needed repairs, needed upgrades, and that also contributes to the neighborhood and what the neighborhood associations probably want to do. So I would hate to see us take away from the parks again, but if we could allocate, I mean, even with your suggestion, Mayor, at 100,000, and then after we've done the allocation, to come back and see what's left. So that's just my take on it.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Hood.
Yeah.
I personally, I'd be more inclined to that. I like that approach of allocating an additional 100,000 and then reassessing after we've done the application process and allocation and see what savings we can get from other buckets and maybe add more to the community grant program. So I dig that approach. Did you have something, Commissioner St. Clair?
I was going to make the same suggestion that, is there any reason why we can't revisit this and add more money? If it turns out that this is a successful venture, can this be phase 1?
Or do you extend the application period or delay it? I mean, I'm not, it's just a spitballing idea of whether you delay it, the window, or make that grant cycle 45 days or 60 days as you move towards the start of another fiscal year and see where other community projects are at. Just an idea.
I am aware that there will never be enough money. There just never is. I think it is the nature of the beast. And I'm also aware that as a municipal government, our responsibility is pretty defined in what we are responsible for. And parks falls firmly in our area of responsibility. Supporting nonprofits and small businesses is not necessarily within our purview per se. I think it is wonderful, and I would love to see us take that opportunity, but I am also aware that part of our marching orders as a commission is to make sure that our public properties, our parks, which many people came out today in support of our parks. We heard that again and again, how important it is to the community that we are taking care of our parks. And I think we could spend this money very quickly and still have lots of empty buckets that we didn't even touch. And I want us to be thoughtful about what our charter as a commission is and what our obligations are, and start there. We can make amendments all day, and still not fill the need. So, I would support moving the unallocated $100,000. I would support revisiting this. I think in some ways we're a little premature because we don't have our parks director yet, and we don't have a parks plan exactly. So, I don't know exactly what the answer is, but again, I think it goes back to what is our job as a commission.
Well said and asked. Thank you, Commissioner St. Clair. Commissioner Emmer, did you?
I just wanted to say that I thank you, Commissioner St. Clair and Commissioner Hood. Totally agree with that, and I also would rather just see 100,000 that's not allocated anywhere else. I don't want to take away from our parks at all, because in my opinion, that's taken away from our citizens in a much larger way.
Thank you, Commissioner Emery. Manager Seifert.
And there's also nothing that would stop us if we move this application process forward with 1.6 as being suggested, that once we start seeing what the need looks like, about having an informed conversation about moving the number after that point. We do have some flexibility of time here, about 18 more months before, actually more than that, before it has to be firmly allocated. So there wouldn't be anything to stop us from revisiting.
Thank you, Manager Seifert. Vice Manager Emery.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Johnson. Quick question for Park Director or Director Willis. For the parking for Pier Marquette, what type of revenue did we receive last year and this year for? And those funds are what actually earmarked for parks, correctly?
I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but after the second quarter budget review, I believe we are on track for about $800,000 in revenue from the parking fund. That is before expenses, and that's the number I really don't have in my head, so I'm not sure what the net that we have available to spend after we pay for the kiosks and the enforcement personnel and various things. The funds from the paid parking are available for use by the Parks Department, and we have been using them, yes.
Okay, I guess for previous years, we've had those kiosks and paid parking for a few years now, and maybe before you got here, but if you looked at the budget, what actually was in the clear from the proceeds for parking at Pier Marquette?
Unfortunately, I don't recall that number, and I don't want to say anything that's not correct. So I'm not sure if Director Kozel or Director Grant are here and may have that number off the top of their head. It's definitely less than what we take in because of the expenses that we have to run the program.
Yeah, we launched paid parking in 2020, so it's been a few years, and it's exceeded our expectations in the first year.
Exactly.
But it's still relative to the presentation that was shared with us at last month's work session, the amount of revenue which we do anticipate and expect as a commission, and we have the responsibility when we do the budget to make sure that's going to parks. But that has been how it's been used, is that the net revenues from paid parking goes into our park system. But as was shared at the work session presentation last month, that's a drop in the bucket relative to what our desired annual contribution to our park system is. It's just a fraction of what we're trying to. But I don't know if Director Grant, if you have any further insights, our finance director, to have any more additional insights on the revenue piece.
We bring in about $800,000 from the revenue, but like again, we had to pay for our park maintenance, for the kiosks. We had to pay for our traffic enforcement and things like that. We got 3 new officers, so I think you net that. We probably, after you pay expenses and things, we probably make $300,000 in profit from the revenue, and then we put that right back into parks. So it's not as much as you think it is after we pay our expenses. So we have to pay for staff, we have to pay for new kiosks, vehicle maintenance and things like that. So we are bringing in about $800,000 in revenue, but we still have expenses that we have to pay for maintenance and kiosks and things like that. So it's about $300,000 in profit, I think, just at the top of my head.
Are you thinking of, when you speak of maintenance, because I remember when we launched this program, was the expectation or that the total cost for maintenance of Pier Marquette and Cruise Park and our beach parks over there, whether it's from law enforcement, whether it's DPW, all the different facets of our maintenance of that area, was approximately $500,000.
I'm thinking about more like vehicle maintenance for the traffic enforcement and things like that too. So it's those costs, personnel, kiosks, upgrading those and keeping those intact. And so we have more costs associated with the beach revenue than you.
Can we, before the launch of this season, which is going to be May 15th, so maybe at April or May work session, Can we get a presentation on how that has performed? I know it was included a bit in the parks presentation at last month's work session, but if we could drill down to that a little bit more and understand the revenue, understand the expenses, and also revisit that question of when we first launched this, moving to a cellular-based system with digital passes or digital permits and not have to do the stickers and mail those out and whatnot. I know we were hoping to get a cellular carrier over at the filtration plant to accommodate that. It's been a slow go to get that carrier, but if we could get an update, because that could also help save costs and improve efficiencies if we can move to that digital parking permit
As
system.
part of my quarterly report, I do have a breakdown for the parking revenue and expenses on that. So I could send that to you guys again, but that's part of my quarterly thing. I know you guys asked me to break that out for you.
Perfect.
So I do that every quarter.
Yeah, I think Barb had just shared one of the quarters like last week. And so we can refer back to that report. That
Okay. I can mail it out again if you need to.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Director
Anything
Grant.
else?
Anything else for Director Grant?
Well, yeah.
Vice Chairman?
Well, thank you, Director Grant. And the reason for I wanted those numbers because of the proceeds that come in from the parking. I was looking at how we could offset the $500,000 from the ARPA funds. And we know this is just a one-time thing that the government has given the city and states this funding. And I just find it very somewhat disturbing because we didn't hesitate to give $1 million to other entities. And again, I talk about the equity portion of this. And now the rules of engagement are changed. And you're adding, and we talked about the 15 precincts, neighborhood associations that would have an opportunity to receive these funds. And when we talk about 25,000 here, 100,000 there, depending on the need of what they apply for. If there are additional funds left, that would be good for other programs or businesses, 501c3 nonprofit organizations that could possibly be part of the process here. So I think we. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't mean to cut you off, but we have to be. One of the things we have to be conscious of. We have reporting requirements that we have to submit to the government. So we got to make sure that we are following those guidelines, and those businesses are legitimate businesses. So we have to make sure that they are legitimate businesses, and most of the time they have 501(c) or something like that that we're required to submit to when we do our reporting with ARPA to the federal government.
Thank you, Director Grant. I totally get that. So looking at that process, given an opportunity again to increase the amount from 1.5 to 200,000, I think would be beneficial again to the community. And again, this is a one-time opportunity, and I think that it's going to be beneficial in the long run if we can help these other nonprofit organizations do the work and assist them with doing the work that they want to do in the community. So that's the whole purpose of me asking the commission to increase this $500,000 amount. And whether you do or not, that's going to be on you. But respectfully, I respect everyone's vote and how you vote. So,
thank you, Vice Mayor German. Respect your request. So, Commission, we can vote on this amendment and then the underlying motion, regardless of whether the amendment's passed. There can be a friendly amendment if it's accepted to revise it, or given that it sounds like your position has evolved, Commissioner Hood, you may rescind your support, and then, unless there's another supporting.
I don't know that rescinding the support and thus taking the motion off the table would be appropriate.
Okay.
Certainly you should vote. You can certainly vote it down. You could, if adopted, you could amend it a second time. And then
trying to speed things up.
Ultimately, we're going to get to the underlying motion.
Okay, but there cannot be a competing amendment.
You could do an amendment to this, yes.
An amendment to
The
the
amendment.
The amendment to the amendment.
Yes, there would be an amendment to the amendment. It would be along the lines, if I'm hearing correctly,
So Commissioner Hood could amend the amendment to the motion, and if supported, we would then vote on his amendment first,
correct,
and then we still would have to vote on that
correct.
amendment.
Yeah, but then,
Commissioner
but then
Vice Mayor German's.
would be the same motion. It would be the
Oh,
motion.
because we're amending the
Correct.
amendment to the motion. Okay. Whew. Does everyone
Now-
follow? I know we're 3 hours, almost 3 hours in.
Let me ask a clarifying question, just to make it more muddy. There's no requirement that someone who supported or made a motion has to vote in favor? Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Good point of clarity.
One last one. So would I have to amend it because I made the motion, or okay?
You don't have to amend it. I mean, you could welcome a friendly amendment. So, if someone wanted to make a friendly amendment to yours to revise it from a increase to 2 million instead to 1.6 million, you could accept that friendly amendment, and that's what we'd vote on. Or a member of the commission could make a motion to amend your amendment from the increase to 2 million down to the increase to 1.6 million, and then if there's support for that, we would vote on that amendment first. If that amendment fails, then we would vote on your amendment, and if that passes or fails, we then move on to the underlying original motion.
Question.
Commissioner Hood.
Okay, the amendment to do $100,000, do we need to include, if we, after we allot the money and we see that there's extra money, that it goes to that fund? Does that have to be in that?
It doesn't, and you may choose so, or we can handle that separately in the future once we know how much unallocated dollars are remaining, and then choose to allocate that at that time, as long as it's before December 31st of 2024. Because every penny of ARPA dollars must be allocated by December 31st, 2024, and spent by December 31st of 2026.
Are you confused?
So,
I follow.
you're following?
Kim's
All right.
keeping up.
Excellent.
Who's up first?
Commissioner Hood?
Oh, no.
Oh, I thought you were raising
No,
your
no,
hand. Yeah. Okay. Unless there are no amendments, I'm going to move forward with voting on this amendment.
I will amend the amendment. You're gonna have to help me with the verbiage. To an additional $100,000 with the intent to revisit this and reallocate additional funds as they come available before the expiration date of what?
December 31st, 2024.
December 31st, 2024.
So
And that would
for-
be amended to add $100,000 in lieu of adding $500,000.
Yes, thank you.
So let's go with 1.6 million, just for a
1.6
clear
million. Yeah.
number. Okay, so the motion to amend is to allocate $1.6 million to this community ARPA grant program with the intention to revisit on unallocated dollars in the future. Do I have support, or is there support?
I support it.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner St. Clair, supported by Commissioner Emery, to set the allocation at $1.6 million at this time for the Community ARPA Grant Program. I think we've had enough discussion, but if you have any burning comments that must be shared right now, we'll have them. Okay, roll call, please. No comments amongst commissioners. Roll call, please.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hood?
Yes.
Vice Mayor German?
No.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Commissioner Emery?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Now that was the amendment. We still have to vote on the underlying motion.
You still have
Correct.
you still have the amendment
The initial.
again, which is now the amendment. The amendment that was just voted on was to change from.
Oh my goodness.
From
The other one's the
2
other
million
500.
to 1.5.
We amended his amendment. Now we need to vote on that amendment to the motion. Then we need to vote on the
Correct.
underlying motion.
Correct.
Oh, I'm trying to make things as efficient as possible. All right, protocol. We are going to vote on the amendment that we just amended, which is to set $1.6 million. I know, I'm perplexed as well. I figured we could go right on to the underlying motion because we, right? No, okay.
Nope.
Legal counsel is telling me otherwise. I'm going to defer to him right now. We're going to.
Wants to add 500,000?
No. This is the amended motion now.
To accept.
Voted to
We
amend
did
the
just
motion.
amend.
Now
Yeah,
we're
we-
voting on the amended
This is the
motion.
original
This is the
amendment.
amendment to the amendment.
You voted to
Amendment.
change it.
Why can't we vote on the underlying motion? Now that we amended it.
It's
Well,
just
now all
vote
you've done is changed the number.
motion.
We've just changed his amendment.
Correct.
Yes.
Now we need to vote on that amendment.
On that amendment.
Then we're gonna vote on the motion.
Correct.
Okay.
Hoo-wee, 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 hoo-wee.
That's, I mean,
Just one
Who knew
question.
this was gonna be this complicated? We haven't even gotten to meat of tonight's meeting.
Question for legal counsel. Though.
Vice Mayor German.
Yes, legal counsel. Okay, we're voting on the amendments that just was voted and approved on, right?
No. You voted on a motion to amend your motion from 2 million to 1.6 million. Now you've got to vote on whether to make that change from 1.5 to 1.6.
Okay.
got it.
And then you're gonna vote on, assuming that passes, then you will vote on a motion to allocate 1.6 million.
Right. Okay.
So long story short, if this vote right now
Right.
passes, then we're gonna vote on 1.6 million. If this vote does not pass, we're gonna vote on 1.5 million.
Correct.
Right. Right.
So everyone's
Yeah.
clear.
Yeah. So-
All right, roll call, please.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Emery,
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hood,
Yes.
Vice Mayor German.
No.
Motion passes.
All right. Now we're gonna vote on establishing this with 1.6 million. Sounds like it's repetitive. No, this is Robert's Rules and Protocol.
Yep.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Emery,
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hood,
Yes.
Vice Mayor German.
What was that motion?
This was to approve the program going forward at 1.6.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Commissioner Gorman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. That community opera grant program has been approved with $1.6 million allocation. There's one other item with regard to the program that I wanted to address, and I just remembered, and that is in terms of the representation on the committee. Presently, the staff had anticipated putting a member of the commission on there. I would welcome commission consideration of, in lieu of putting one member of the commission on there, to put Director Sharonda Carson, our Community Neighborhood Services, on there, rather than have any politicians on that committee. Ultimately, this commission will have the final say as to those allocations, but this committee would otherwise then be 4 members of our citizenry, 1 from each ward, the city manager, and then if we do appoint Director Sharonda Carson from Community Neighborhood Services, and then the third member from the city would be determined by the city manager, so the additional staff member. Commissioners, are you good with that approach?
Yeah.
Yes.
So we have commission consensus. Do we need an actual motion, or can?
I think it's only in your policy and no action's been taken.
Yeah, I
Establish
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
So the city management
fine.
understands the direction
That's
of the
your
commission.
desire.
We would prefer to have Director Carson, if she's so willing.
She smiled when you said it. So
All right.
Wait,
So-
but you want to remove the one city commissioner that was listed in the committee grant review committee?
Yeah. So no commissioners on the committee.
I understand, but didn't we just vote for that committee to be made up with one commissioner sitting on it?
No,
Just voted to allocate the money.
we just voted to allocate the money. Yeah.
I guess Commissioner Ramsey is not here, and I know he expressed interest in serving on that committee, so I'm not in favor of that for that reason. And his absence tonight, not being able to agree with that or not.
Understandable. Noted and respected. I'll just share that my thought process with not having any member of the commission is that I didn't want to have, potentially undue political influence on the recommendations and review of that, regardless of who the member is, because there was no designated member of the commission. I would expect the commission would decide which member of the commission would serve on that if we decided to go that route. But my feeling is that we shouldn't, I personally would prefer not to have an elected member on the review committee, because we as a commission will collectively decide where those dollars ultimately go. And so that's just my thought process. Is there still, I mean, I know Commissioner Gorman has reservations on that, but is there still consensus amongst the remaining commissioners to move forward with Director Carson in lieu of a member of the commission on the review committee? Nodding head yes. Commissioner Emery, nodding head yes. Commissioner Hood and Commissioner St. Clair.
Yep.
Vice Mayor German, nodding head yes. You good?
Yeah,
Okay.
point well taken.
All right. And then staff understands how we're proceeding?
I would say, along with Commissioner Gorman, as part of my discussion regarding some changes, there was some interest expressed about his participation or his interest in that. So in fairness to him, he did bring that up.
Yeah, and certainly I can understand his interest, and not only that, his background in the nonprofit world. And there are certainly times that I think that it's important that we lean on the experiences and the knowledge base of our commissioners. And just in this case, I would rather not have any elected official. And again, it would not be a foregone conclusion that it'd be Commissioner Ramsey. That would have been decided by the commission as to which member of us would be on there. So thank you, Director Wills. All right, we're done with this item. Now,
so as we recruit 4 residents across the city among the wards, I am interested in any feedback you may have on individuals who could serve on that. So as we get into the month of April, any names that you do have, we're happy to have them on that part of that process.
All right. Thank you, Director Wills. We are going to, before we get into the plan unit development, item 10B, Second Amendment to the Plan Unit Development at Adelaide Point, and then item 10C, Second Amendment to the Plan Unit Development at Hartshorn Village, we're going to take a brief 5-minute bio break for everybody. So we are temporarily adjourned for 5 minutes. I know.
We got party sticks. You okay?
That's hard.
Oh, we're back on TV. No one told me.
We tried.
I just noticed it too.
We are back in session. All right. Our final two items on the agenda. Item 10B, Second Amendment to the Plan Unit Development at Adelaide Point for 1148 and 1204 West Western Avenue. Planning Department. So we may proceed. I'll have a motion.
I motion to approve the request to amend the final planned unit development at 1148 and 1204 West Western Avenue, Adelaide Point.
Support.
We have a motion by Commissioner St. Clair, supported by Commissioner Gorman, to approve the request to amend the final planned unit development at 1148 and 1204 West Western Avenue, otherwise known as Adelaide Point. Zoning Administrator and Planning Manager Mike Franzik. Welcome.
Good evening. I think everybody's pretty familiar with the request, so I'll just run through the changes from the last approved PUD. Condo Building 1, which is on the western waterfront side of the development, rotated slightly to avoid the bike trail. The swimming pool from Condo Building 1 has been removed. The East Boat Basin launch will be removed and use Hartshorn Village boat launch. And the condo structure at C6 has been combined into one building. Since the Planning Commission, we have noticed that that proposed building was slightly located on the railroad right-of-way, so that has been amended and reflected on the plans to be completely off of that easement. And just once again, I would like to mention that as previous versions of this plans have been approved, this continues to be a great plan that reflects, heavily addresses the recommendations and Imagine Muskegon Lake for waterfront public access. So.
Commissioners? I'll go to Commissioner St. Clair first, who made the motion. Do you have any questions or remarks or questions for staff at this time?
I don't think I have any questions.
Commissioner Gorman is a supporter of the motion. Do you have any questions for Mr. Franzik?
I do not.
Mm-hmm. Commissioners Hood, Emery, Vice Mayor German, any questions for staff at this time?
No. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Franzik. Reading this is for a total of $10.5 million bond.
No.
Oh, this is, I'm on the wrong one here?
Yeah,
we're not
Oh, that's the
doing
one we
that
take
item.
off, okay. Trying to navigate my way around. Oh, okay, number 10B. Okay. Okay, eliminating the, building, removing the boat basin. More or less a comment. Got a chance to talk with Mr. Leesma and great debt. And I'm appreciative, and if he's listening, I can say that we had a real good conversation. We're talking about his development, what it is, his vision, what he's trying to do. And I would definitely like to see that come into fruition. I think it's a great asset to the city of Muskegon. And but also hearing the feedback from the community, which is one of the things I enjoy the most, being able to listen and interact and talk with the public. I know the item A was pulled, and I just feel that it's a lot of unknowns for me to even consider just voting on any of these items in good faith and not having a thought of guilt or I don't let the community down or anything like that. So I think for the most part of it, the questions and the concerns that was addressed by the community, you know, allowing maybe a parks recreation manager, director to look into how these things should be orchestrated. The ego response from the gentleman in the letter that was presented, I believe, by Mrs. Cross. Miss Evans, her comments and what they've done here in the community on the lake, but also getting input back from, again, Mr. Leesma, how he wants to be transparent and do what's right and engage the community. And I think Ms. McIntosh also mentioned that, you know, the people that may be coming to that property and there's not a sense of normalcy, more or less, where you see people that don't look like the people that be there. And I'm looking holistically down the line because, you know, the votes that I make now is going to set precedent what's going to happen in the future. So, and me and Mr. Leesma had those conversations. We talked about diversity, equity, transparent, the people that haves and have nots, the rich and the poor, and he's very open to that. I think it has to be more discussion. I know as a commissioner, vice mayor now, that has been on this commission for quite some time, and I've seen Muskegon move forward and get developed. We are in a spot now where we really have to look at every decision that we make strategically. And right now, I can't vote in favor of none of these, and until I have more, I guess, insight from Mr. Leesma and the community. So that's pretty much my comment and where I'm at right now on this decision.
Thank you, Vice Mayor German. What specific information are you looking? So the matter before us right now is the plan unit development amendment. So it's a zoning matter with regard to the land uses depicted on here, with private property and inclusive of some public property there with the small boat basin. So what? And this is the second amendment. So the city commission has previously approved the plan unit development, outlining most of that activity on here, and that what's being brought forward to us now is an amendment to change some of the contours of that. And so since our approval and your support previously for the PUD, what information are you looking to receive now to make you comfortable on approving these tweaks to this plan unit development for Adelaide Point?
Okay, I actually thank you, Mayor, for that question. Actually, I had a conversation with some constituents about the East Peninsula Basin area where that property was actually owned by the city. I don't know. And the document that was given to the commission just makes me kind of skeptical about moving forward on any of this. I look back from history, what happened with the other administration and the bad deal that was not done in good faith. So I have to have concrete information. I have to have substantial information in order for me to move forward. And this is where I'm at right now.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, no, go. No,
I was just curious. I was going to ask you because you spoke to the Middle Peninsula, whether it's city-owned or whether it's privately owned, or there's some combination of the two. Are you opposed to the land use that's reflected in here for that property, which is a bike and pedestrian trail and a linear park? Are you opposed to those types of land use activity for that peninsula, regardless of the ownership structure?
I mean, it's a lot of good points here, but again, I want to be clear and make sure that when I cast my vote, that there's no discrepancies or anything there.
Okay.
And even if that calls for, bringing Mr. Leensema back to the commission or further discussion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor German.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Any other questions from Commission right now? All right.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, no, I had just some questions with regard to this. We talked about this at the Planning Commission, specifically with regard to A11, which had been in a previous version, which was a bathroom and bathhouse. I see A11 reflected on the map. I don't see A11 in the legend, but it was my understanding since that Planning Commission hearing on this that we were going to maintain our bathroom facility where it is now. But that's not reflected in this PUD.
It's reflected on the Hartshorn Village PUD.
But we have conflicting depiction on this PUD. So how can we have two PUDs with differing depictions for one property?
I would suggest that we just make a condition that we add that building back in to be reflected of what's on the Hartshorn Village PUD.
Motion?
Can you take note of? We're gonna probably need to take multiple motions. Can you take note of?
Of the conditions?
Yeah, the
Okay.
conditions that
Yeah.
may end up surfacing. In previous iteration, in the First Amendment, I believe, the Planning Commission, the condition that came before the City Commission that we ultimately adopted, I believe, was a condition that staff had recommended be included, which is that the ultimate site plan or configuration of the bike path would be subject to our planning department's final approval, because there is some concern about the exact configuration, and we even heard it at our public forum in terms of the hard 90-degree angles at the points. And so I believe in the First Amendment to the PUD, staff wanted us, and we approved a condition that spoke to that bike path's exact configuration being subject to your and our planning department's final approval.
Yeah,
If that's carrying forward, and that's
Yes.
still the case, there's no change there.
There's no change here. It was not identified or requested. We still plan on finalizing that later. People did notice the 90-degree turns. Obviously, that was an issue. We're still talking about maybe that would slow traffic in the area. Maybe it's not such a bad thing. There's still things we need to work out. So.
And because the bike trail is owned by the city and with the agreement that currently exists, any movement of it does have to be with our input.
So we will ultimately have the final say in terms of that property transaction, because essentially we'd be moving our bike path, which we own, and we'd be doing a transfer of property. We would take on some of their property, they would take on our property, but ultimately we would still have a city-owned bike path that runs through Adelaide Point. And what this PUD reflects is it's going closer to the waterfront, but it does reflect, a layout for it. So to what extent are we binded by what's depicted for this bike trail? We ultimately will have a vote on the transaction, the property transaction, but does that property transaction have to hew very closely to that, or will that be something that staff will bring back to the Planning Commission as a minor tweak or insignificant change, and then that will just be signed off by the Planning Commission?
Wouldn't anticipate the location changing much. I think it's more about the corners and weaving in and out. So I can't imagine us to need to shift the bike path several feet in either direction.
So a question for Director Franzik. As part of this amendment of what's requested, was the bike path contemplated in this amendment?
No.
Okay.
So it'll be the same as what was approved in the First Amendment.
Okay. So the items that were there's a current PUD in place, and there's several items within that are being contemplated for change, but not the bike path.
Right.
Okay. And if there's questions.
So then also the condition that we had all of those roads, regardless of their ownership, that they would be publicly accessible, that amendment that we'd made to the previous PUD amendment, that condition carries forward as well.
Correct. Yeah. They're only asking for 4 minor changes. These are pretty minor in the grand scheme of things.
Does it may I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Okay. In the opinion from the planning department, does this change the intensity of the use that's previously been approved?
No, not at all. I mean, we're talking about slightly rotating one building, removing a pool, and making the boat structures larger. The biggest thing is not using that east basin for launching boats.
Can I address that? The east basin.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Speak up.
So to that, I did pass out to this to the commissioners email correspondence between Eagle and Mr. Lietzema, and then also communication from DNR to the city regarding the use of the East Basin and the drops at Hartshorn. The email from Eagle says our permitting process under parts 301 and 303 of the Natural Resources and Environmental Protection Act do not allow a permit to be issued for impacts to an inland lake or a wetland if there are feasible and prudent alternatives. During our permit review and discussions, it was determined that utilizing forklift transport and the boat launch adjacent to Adelaide Point is a feasible and prudent alternative. The DNR, the city staff has reached out to the DNR to get guidance on use of that facility. And I received, a number of us on staff received this email, and it said, "Good morning. I've received an inquiry about the authority of the DNR in relation to the proposed commercial activities. I want to be clear that the DNR has no authority and or ability to deny, approve, etc. any commercial activities at Hartshorn Marina and Adelaide Point. Those decisions are that of the cities and not the DNR's." And that was from Aaron Campbell at the DNR. So I've distributed those emails to you guys on the dais.
Thank you, Manager.
Yes.
Can you speak to, so I see noted in here that the boat condo structures C6 have been combined into one building. Do we happen to have the existing PUD available so we can see what that looks like? Because what's in here right now is reflecting that change into one building, correct? Mm-hmm. So do we happen to have the existing PUD handy that we can see its configuration presently for that area of C6?
Can you scroll down?
Oh, yeah, you want the other page?
The site plan.
Not this.
No, that's it. So you can see C6 is moved off of any portion that would touch the bike path.
Was that previously multiple buildings, but it's now one building?
Correct, and that's what was proposed at the Planning Commission, but since then we've noticed that a small portion of it, the combined aspect, was slightly over the bike path, or I'm sorry, the railroad.
The railroad line.
Okay. I just want to know, can you have the original PUD handy?
I can try to find it.
I'm just curious what that looks like prior. It was all boat storage in the original PUD, just multiple buildings?
Yeah, so
now
you can...
it's a single building.
Yeah, you can see where, there's the large middle section and then the smaller bays on both sides. To the north, west, you can see that those have been removed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The reason why I'm asking, one of the folks that spoke during public comment spoke to how this interfaces with the surrounding neighborhood. And, a lot of the interesting activities and amenities are on the waterfront side, but what's facing the neighborhood, the folks that live there presently, is these buildings for storage. And it doesn't necessarily feel welcoming or necessarily hospitable to the nearby neighbors. And I will caveat that by saying, as a member of the NIMS neighborhood, as a resident there, that a lot of my neighbors are really excited about this overall development, and they welcome it, and they do appreciate this. They have reservations about this, that, and the other, but by and large, they're excited about this development and the new amenities and the new activity and redevelopment and vibrancy here. But I do have to say, hearing that remark earlier about how that interfaces with the neighborhood and what we'd envision, in our Imagine Muskegon Lake plan for the types of activity on West Western, which is, a main thoroughfare, obviously more of a main street in our core downtown than it is over there, but it would be nice for West Western, particularly as we see the development with Shaw Walker, as we see the development with Fracano, as we see the development with the other areas around there, that West Western would still have that extended main street feel connecting our core downtown into the NIMS neighborhood, and not necessarily have this wall of buildings over there that don't necessarily feel so neighborly or welcoming or hospitable.
So looking at the, and I believe this is the August PUD, was that the last amendment?
July or August.
Okay, yeah. The C6 combined into one building, the kind of the L portion of that building moves south to move off of the bike trail. The actual frontage on Western, which has currently been approved, would be the same, is what it looks like to me.
Yeah, there's no proposed change to the elevation facing Western. And I mean, obviously, as a planner, we like to see active uses fronting the street. Something certainly welcome. I think, given the enormity of this size of this development, all that's being offered, and the lake being the resource, I think it's pretty reasonable to assume that you can only accommodate so much retail and restaurants and active uses on this site. So while he wasn't able to provide that type of active use on the street, he did work with us very well to somewhat disguise what that building would look like and make it more like a traditional downtown building with transparent windows that you could actually see in, rather than it just being a blank wall storage building, which you see most of the time in marinas.
Okay, so you've worked with them on the aesthetic of that.
And there would be examples in other communities, like I'm thinking of Spring Lake, for example, when you come over the bridge on, I can't remember the name of the road right now. Yeah, Savage, thank you. As you come down the bridge on the north side of the road, there's a storage building there with glass. And it blends with the other stuff that's in that area. But to the point I was making earlier, the current layout as it has been approved, the street wall along Western is not changing with the amendment that's before you guys tonight.
What is this right here?
Like
the width looks to be the same.
Yeah.
The depth is much larger.
Yeah.
And what's the PUD presented to us tonight? The general width appears to be the same, but then I see all these.
Are those?
What?
Mike, can you? Sorry, Director Franzik, can you talk a little bit about the boxes that come off on the bottom of the C6 towards Western, and there's those additional lines? You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I believe those are individual bays people can drive in and out of. And the interior is more of your rack storage.
So would
type
that
buildings.
be those bays? Would that kind of be like, lack of a better word, man caves for boats and
Potentially,
boats?
yeah. I think that's a word that's been thrown out a lot, and that's going to be
Not to gender that space. So
it's gonna be a
boat
hangout
caves.
spot. Yeah,
Boat
it's a
caves.
boat cave.
Boat caves.
Yeah, you can hang out there during
Well, I mean
the day.
that's more active than just.
Yes, it
so
is.
that I feel that's more active use than just being a wall with some windows. Like that actually has some activity.
We'll have people walking in and out of those. So.
Okay.
And Director Franzik, is the landscaping? We're not amending any of the landscaping planning or anything like that.
We are not amending the landscaping, so anything that had been proposed and approved originally is still part of the plan.
Which is street trees along Western.
Oh yeah,
and,
yep, street trees.
Okay. Maybe we
Windows.
can be more contemplative, working with the developer going forward about how we can further, activate it or improve aesthetic or make it more inviting, like some place-making elements along West Western. Yeah. Because I know we also want to put our commuter path through there, so air pump or water station, just some other elements to improve the amenity along there and make it more active and friendly.
You can see the curb cuts have been reduced severely too. I think to have that one giant curb cut, that's not conducive to walkability. So again, Ryan was able to accommodate that.
Okay. I'm comfortable with that. That setup right there then. And we have sidewalks through these roads, right?
Yes.
Okay, sidewalks through the roads. That's going to be inviting to our surrounding neighbors. Okay. So aside from that condition with regard to the bathhouse, is there anything else that comes to mind that should be included that is not currently reflected?
The Planning Commission, I didn't note this, but they did recommend approval by a 5-1 vote. They did not have any conditions on that.
Okay. But the conditions from the previous ones carry forward?
Yes.
Okay. Make sure we're clear on that those conditions aren't disappearing because we're not mentioning them again. Okay. Commissioners, any final questions or comments? Commissioner St. Clair.
I don't have any questions. I do have a couple of comments. I am struck by a difference in this project than other things. I've not been on the commission for very long, but in that I've had people come to me with lots of opinions about lots of things. And generally when people reach out to me, it's because they are not in favor of something. That is when I hear from people, when they are opposing something or they have fears about something, and I have been struck at how many people have reached out to me supporting this in a way that I have seen on no other project that has come before us. I would say for every person that I have had come to me with questions or concerns, I have had 4 people come to me saying, yes, please support this. And that's really striking to me. I've had a few people come to me and say, absolutely not, no. I do not approve of anything about Adelaide Point. Please do not go forward with it. But the majority of people have voiced concerns about this aspect or that aspect, but not the entirety of the project. And while I know there are concerns, and I know there will continue to be concerns because it is a big project and we have historically had some duds. The public that has reached out to me has overwhelmingly been in support in regards to Adelaide Point. So I just wanted to share that. I don't know what the other commissioners have received for public input, but it has been very striking to me how positive, and I've had people approach me on the street, I've had people call me, I've had people email me, I've had people Facebook message me, I've gotten texts. I mean, any way you can communicate with me except for snail mail, I've heard, like, let's do this.
Thank you, Commissioner St. Clair. Any other remarks or questions at this time?
I'll add to Commissioner St. Clair's remarks. In that it has been very unique in seeing this development in particular, and the feedback provided to the commission on it, where I do feel like the majority is we're starting from a place of like, I support this holistically. There are parts of it that I do not support. But what has been interesting, and I appreciate the comments tonight, of how transparent and available the developer has been making themselves to the community. And again, just, it's been unique to hear public comments of people say, I was very against this. I took advantage of the opportunity to have my questions heard. And again, I don't think there's an expectation that the developer should make everybody happy, but there's certainly been an attempt to at least find mutual understanding, whether that's agreement or disagreement. But it has been a unique experience to hear those experiences and continue dialogue from the community about this. So I do appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Gorman. Question with regard to the fishing pier that is being contemplated for the far west peninsula. Is that, it refers to M4, but M4 is just says pile supported structure with steel sheet pile wave fence. So where's the fishing pier reflected?
I would like. I'm sorry. I would like to note the boathouse. You can actually see the boathouse. It's just not outlined. The bathhouse. And the parking's consistent between both plans. It is on there. It's just not outlined.
It's just
faint.
Very faint. Very faint. But you're right. It is shown there, and it's not highlighted as a legend.
Yeah, we need probably highlight it.
No.
Okay. And you got to zoom in.
Yeah.
It's very, very faint. It is not outlined.
Yeah.
Thank you for pointing that out, because otherwise it looks just like...
I would like to add that it is planned to be fully renovated and reopened. So.
Good, good. That will be a nice amenity not only for Hartshorn facilities, but for our Lakeshore Trail users.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I think Vinia, one of our frequent commenters, she pointed that out last time. She said you can't move that. You know that this is where all the activity was, and that was a great comment. So we reached out to the developer and sure that was noted. It was just an error to have that off.
So the fishing pier would come off of A2 to M4. I think it might be if we can get, I don't know if Greg can the fishing pier question.
Yeah. Sure.
He's representing the developer.
Everybody.
Who you are and who you're representing and what organization you're with.
I'm Greg Wycamp with Edgewater Resources. I'm the lead planner, president of Edgewater Resources, and I've been involved in the planning of this project for over 2 years. So, so quickly on the restroom, you all can see it right there. We didn't outline it. We actually had originally shown the parking lot over that. We got a request to preserve that, so we pulled that away and now have committed to restore and renovate and reopen it. So that bathroom, I don't know how long it's been closed, a number of years. Somebody knows? A couple of years? Like 18, 19, something? Okay. Yeah, so before it was only slip holders, now it will be open for everybody, fully renovated and reopened. So that was that. The other question was on A2. The wave fence is not shown on this drawing. It's actually on all the permit drawings. I can put it up. A2, there will be a connection from A2 out to the wave fence fishing pier that goes out there, and that is fully public. So.
So will we need to have this updated to reflect that in the future, given that it's not shown on this PUD now? Or will that be coming back to the Planning Commission?
I think
and it's going to be changed?
That's so. Because that's with the Eagle permit.
Correct.
So I'm not sure.
I can address a couple of the questions that came up if you like. So number one, that wave fence is without that fishing pier wave fence structure, the marina does not work. So that absolutely will be constructed. There is no possible way for the marina to function without it because of the wave. It would be destroyed probably within 1 year. It is fully public. It is fully accessible, ADA compliant. There was a question and comment earlier about the circulation and effects on that. That study in circulation has been done. Hydrologic studies have been done. It is being reviewed by the Corps of Engineers, their hydraulics and hydrology department. If it does not meet their standards, they will not issue the permit. So that question is addressed there as well.
And it's not subject to zoning because it's not connected because it's not part of the land.
Right.
So.
So it is on all the permits. It's on the Eagle permit. So. Okay. And it will be on the Corps permit, and it's absolutely required. There's no way to build it without doing it. So.
It's contemplated in our addendum too, isn't it?
It is contemplated in our addendum. Yeah.
Well, that's spoken to as well as the addendum that will be addressed and voted on at a subsequent meeting. But it is reflected in that addendum. All right. Any additional input or questions on this item? Whether for Mr. Wycamp or for Mr. Franzik? Nope. All right. I'm supportive of this PUD amendment. I supported the first amendment. We've got clarification on the bathhouse. We're making some tweaks to this, but by and large, this is almost entirely private property. A significant portion is going to be made available to the public, and it's a significant enhancement to this area from what it was, serving not only welcoming and serving new residents, but also benefiting our surrounding residents, not only in the Nims neighborhood, but across our city, while contributing to our overall economic development and growth in our city, which is going to bring new energy, new ideas, new wealth. Wealth's important. Wealth supports our small businesses. Wealth supports lives and livelihoods across our city, and wealth contributes to taxable value and revenue that we can then allocate to, as we talked about earlier, the extensive list of needs across our city for funds. And we have a tremendous list of needs with only a limited amount of resources. And so we can add to those resources to better serve our residents that I'm generally going to be supportive. And we have seen tweaks to this in response to residents' concerns and questions. The developer has been responsive to that. As has been noted several times tonight, the developer has, beyond any instance I can recall in my 10 years on the commission, made himself excessively available to the public to speak with and receive their input. And I think he's been receptive to commissioners' questions and input as well. But I support it. We're going to go to roll call unless there's any final... I'm not speaking so eloquently now. It's getting late.
Out of gas.
Yeah, run out of gas. It's been an exhausting week already. It's only the second day in the week. Busy few days. Anywho, we're going to go to roll call, please, on this PUD amendment, the second amendment to this planning and development for 1148 and 1204 West Western Avenue, otherwise known as Adelaide Point.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hood,
Yes.
Vice Mayor German,
No.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Emery,
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next item is the second amendment to the plan unit development at Hartshorn Village, 920, 1050, 1060, 1000, and 1010 West Western Avenue. Got a motion, commissioners?
I move to approve the request to amend the final planned use development at 920, 1050, 1060, 1000, 1010 West Western Hartshorn Village, with the condition that a stormwater permit is issued by the engineering department.
Support.
We have a motion by Commissioner St. Clair, supported by Commissioner Hood, to approve the request to amend the final planned unit development at 920, 1050, 1060, 1000, and 1010 West Western Avenue, otherwise known as Hartshorn Village, with the condition that a stormwater permit is issued from the engineering department. Welcome back.
All right.
Mr. Franzik. Can you... There were a number of other things I think resolved between the
Yes.
Planning Commission hearing and now coming to us. Can you speak to that? And could you maybe give a little bit of historical context to this area as well, in terms of how the PUD and the uses of the properties somewhat have evolved? You don't need to go into great detail, but kind of highlight it for us so we can understand how that has evolved over the years.
So the first plan included 55 single homes. The first amendment proposed to take away 17 of those homes and create a 17-unit apartment or condo complex. And it also proposed to remove that current parking lot at Fricano's over to the west a little bit. What they're proposing to do now is to reduce the single-family homes to 20 units. So the second phase would include units 11 to 20, where approximately that boat storage, or where the condo building was going to be, along with some 5 to 6 other single-family homes up in the northwest corner. Those are being proposed to be removed, and that is where the boat storage facility is being proposed. They would have to cut over the bike path, but there is also an additional alternate route around that building for bike path users to use if needed, if a boat is being launched. And now they're proposing to keep the parking lot at Fricano's the same and not have that parking moved to the west. Planning Commission recommended approval of the vote by a 4-3 vote with a few conditions. One, that the stormwater permit be issued by the engineering department. They were already working through that, but since these are significant changes, we just wanted the applicant to be aware that he will need to amend those. He is in agreement. We did want to state that a 10-inch concrete would be installed where the forklift operates. That's been added to the plan. The first plan he proposed did not include language that the bike path would be elevated near the wetlands. He did not propose to change it, but it was a little unclear what was going on there, so provisions were made to put that on the PUD that the bike path will be elevated near the wetlands. And the commission did make a condition that the gate be removed from the large boat basin, and that has also been removed.
Thank you, Mr. Franzik. Commissioners, any questions?
I have a question. A lot of the feedback that we have heard about Adelaide Point launching from the boat ramp concerns crossing the bike path. Help me understand, if we did not approve them using Hartshorn ramp to launch, would they cross the bike path to launch from their basin?
Like where it was originally proposed, would it have crossed the bike path?
Yeah. We crossed
So
the bike
we're
path.
moving from crossing in one location to crossing in another location. Okay, thank you. But either way, they're going to cross the bike path.
They're going to cross the bike path, and with this, we are getting an additional route around the building.
So it's contemplated here with that crossing. It's not going to be gated crossing, so it's not going to be restricted access, although there will be a personnel monitoring for safety reasons. So those using our existing Lakeshore Trail could stop as traffic is passing, whereas Mr. Lisa said on the phone, they would wait for traffic to pass, then they would move the boat. But if, for instance, there was active boat crossing, someone comes up on the bike trail, they could either choose to wait till that completes passing and continue on their way, or they can take that alternative detour around the bike facility. Or if they're not even there yet, and they're just hurrying from downtown and want to get to Lakeside, or they want to get to Marquette, or vice versa, we anticipate doing a commuter route as well, that they'll be able to skip the scenic route, the long route, around Adelaide Point, and just cut through south of Adelaide Point, directly down Western.
Yes, bikers are going to have a lot of options here.
So we'll have three options, and maybe even more when considering the rail line we're about to buy.
Yeah, that's actually been discussed as well. So
an abundance of trails and biking options. All right, thank you, Commissioner St. Clair. Any other questions for Mr. Franzik right now? So,
could you scroll down one more? This is actually the existing conditions. Thank you.
Yes.
can we then, for that driveway, which is currently used as a temporary access point, there's a temporary easement for access points to our Hartshorn boat launch. That driveway anticipates being eventually reconstructed and regraded as necessary in the future. Can we, if the commission so chooses, require that driveway to be publicly accessible the same way we have with the roads through Adelaide Point? I'm seeing a nod there, and
I don't see why not.
nod to you. I want to get clarity on that. We could also request as a condition that a sidewalk be added to that driveway, so that our neighbors in that area wouldn't have to walk into a driveway or along a driveway and be able to use the sidewalk to get to our public facilities.
Yes.
Okay. I would be keen on adding that as a condition personally. Thoughts, commissioners, on those tweaks to this PUD?
I agree. That would give people an alternate route, yet still outside of the bike paths.
Okay.
Can you repeat that, Ralph?
So for the driveway, which is presently an access point that has a temporary easement that the public's able to use right now to get to Hartshorn boat launch ramp, have that driveway, even though it's privately owned, be publicly accessible in the future. So we're preserving the public access for that driveway to our Hartshorn facilities. And so folks would essentially then have two routes to get there. The new Adelaide Boulevard that's going to be constructed west of the proposed boat storage building that you see on this map, and then also that driveway that's east of Fricano's, where you can access it now. So basically,
Which is
preserving that as a public
which would
access
be owned
point.
by Adelaide also.
It still would be privately owned, but it would be publicly accessible.
Okay.
Yeah. And then adding a sidewalk so that pedestrians could access that as well, and safely.
Right.
Yeah. You'd be supportive of that, Commissioner Hood?
Yeah. Yes.
Thoughts down here?
Yes, I would be.
All right. So there's a couple conditions that we're going to want. What?
Friendly amendments to the motion, or?
Yeah. I don't know.
I made the motion.
You made the motion,
I've made all the motions.
and it was supported by Commissioner Gorman, I believe. No. Commissioner Hood?
Yeah.
All right. You accept that as a friendly amendment? Friendly one. Both of you guys just said you like it, so I imagine those are friendly amendments as conditions. Okay. Now the other piece that some reservations about is just the building, the large building that's gonna be added for the in and out boat storage service. It's interfacing with our Lakeshore Trail, not in terms of the crossing of the boat traffic, but just the imposition or the onto that, like the size of a building on there. So, I shared that with the developer previously, and he said we can certainly add landscaping, or they can certainly add landscaping and soften the impact. So I would welcome that.
And this 10-foot setback.
And a sufficient enough setback as well, which I think would be a 10-foot, at least a 10-foot, because typically you say is industrial is a 10-foot. So a 10-foot setback from the trail, while adding landscaping to soften that interface there.
Sure. I would like to mention, when we talked earlier about the 10-foot setback, that is usually from a street or the side or the rear. It's usually 10 feet all around. But bike paths, generally, we don't keep a minimum setback as long as it's not creating a vision issue, which you can see trails off to the north there, so that should not be an issue. But we typically don't have setback requirements from public access easements. Not that it wouldn't be beneficial.
It's our prerogative as the commission whether or not to.
And I believe that Ryan said he was amenable to that. So.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I assume that is also
Are you guys good with that as a friendly amendment with the setback and landscaping?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just some clarity, because we do have the cooperative use agreement that had been approved previously. We have an addendum that's forthcoming that also pertains to the reimbursement. This PUD does not, approval of this PUD pertains to land use and anticipated uses. It does not give or authorize Hartshorn Village or the owner of Hartshorn Village, whomever that may be, does not give them control over our public assets. Hartshorn Village does not give them control over the launch ramp. They can use it just like any other member of the public. They can use those the drop lifts, so they have non-exclusive use of that. But they do not have, this PUD does not give them any extra control.
That is correct. This is strictly about what the land is being used for, not who operates it.
Okay. Just want to get that clarity. I've heard some concerns about that previously. Another thing is I heard, and I just want to address some of these. So we got the restroom addressed. I was trying to take notes during public comments. We got the restroom addressed. Development on or facing Western Avenue. Parking situation, so we're substantially increasing parking over there. But if it turns out that, because we're contemplating 84 car spots, if it turns out that we need more trailer parking than car parking, we have that flexibility on our city-owned property in the future to revise that and be flexible based upon the evolving needs for our public property.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Heard concerns about triple axle. This PUD does not give any changes to our ordinance, because our existing ordinance does not allow triple axle launches from this launch ramp. This does not authorize any upgrades to a triple axle launch ramp there. I just want to get clarity, right? So there's been no, this does not authorize that or nor permit that. You talked about the Eagle email already. We talked about non-exclusive access to Hartshorn facilities. All right, and then I had also heard some concern about lease management by virtue of their acquisition of Harbor West and Hartshorn Village, becoming the manager of Hartshorn Marina. Now, the city has that discretion to revoke that management if the city is dissatisfied with the management of that public facility. That is not a guaranteed right by them to continue managing. We can revoke that if we so choose.
Yeah, this plan doesn't have anything to do with that.
Okay.
Director Vanderhyde did stand up if you have any specific questions on that.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments, input, feedback? Okay. Anything else you would like to share right now, Mr. Franzik?
No, we do have a rendering of how that bike path crossing would operate if you want to take a look at that.
Okay, sure.
Sure.
So work. It will occur shortly. Can you hear me again? Again, Greg Wycamp, Edgewater Resources. Momentarily, it will shift to this. Come on, baby. No, this is weird. It worked last time I was here.
We can see it.
Yeah,
we can see it.
It's oh, now it's one away.
Here it comes.
There it goes.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Mr. Tech, now he came out and threatened it. Don't make me come out there. Come back. No, you have to come out here and intimidate it.
We still see it.
We can see it.
I see
it on our side.
It's not on the
No,
big
I don't
monitor.
think I have a mic.
Yeah, it was there.
That was
A
strange. It was
loose
up for just a
connection.
second.
Technology's getting tired too.
Oh,
There it goes. Okay, we're gonna not. Ah! No, there.
nobody breathed.
Nobody breathe.
Oh, there it is again. Oh, nope, gone. Oh, back. Woo.
Quick, talk
All
fast.
right, I'm gonna show it to you guys. I guess I don't know. I'm gonna hit play and see what it does. So I'm gonna go over this. So what you're seeing here, magically nobody else is seeing. Maybe it will go here. So, well, these guys can see it. So what you're seeing, I'll describe it. So the fork comes out. We have 2 flaggers that will be on either side of the path, stopping the boats. If there's people that are coming, the boats stop and wait. The people go by. When the people are clear, the flaggers turn and block both directions, and then the fork goes through. Going through. So I will happily show this to anybody who wants to see this at any point. I'll just stick around. And then when once it's safely through, the flaggers wave everybody through, just like school crossing guards. And then when they come back, the fork stops. We'll have a nicer looking forklift than
I
this.
was wondering about
It's
that.
magically the one that came in the software program. And then that guy goes through. So you can also see this is, we haven't finished all the architecture and all the stuff on the building itself, but you can see we've got landscape on the side, nice paths. You gonna make it do something?
Nope, but I'm gonna pick it up and put it right there.
Well, you got at least that. We'll hit play again. And like I said, I will stand over here and let anybody see it who wants to see it. We put a lot of thought into this. It does, we had originally talked about doing a pivoting gate. And I think there was concern about anything that feels like a gate feels like you just close the gates and then everybody's out of luck. So that will not be how it works. For all insurance purposes and everything else, the flaggers are hands down the safest way to do it. And that's just an expected part of the process.
Greg, would you be able to provide this to staff so that we can add it to our Western website?
Commissioner Hood.
Yes, so the flaggers will be there all day,
If the
every day?
forklift is operating, the flaggers are there at all times.
As long as the forklift.
Absolutely, yep.
Okay.
Absolutely. So, what they typically do with the fork is they lift the boat up. It'll be funny, like, why is the boat so far up in the air? It's far up in the air because that's how the operator can see what's coming. And it's done this way all over the place. And as it was mentioned earlier, whether the lift facility is here or in any of the other locations, it always crosses the path, because we always put the path on the water, right? So there's no way for us to put any of this infrastructure, because the first priority has always been the waterfront is 100% public. All the stuff is always out there. We want the public and the people on the water. The only way for us to make it so there's no conflict is to take the path off the water, and that's never been the intent or the goal of anybody. So that's how that is intended to work. And I know this stuff, see, I don't know why. So.
No, good point on that, because I remember, a couple years ago when we, insofar as the Hartshorn Village plan and development that we're contemplating many here, the concerns I'd heard some years ago when we first sat down this road was the prospect of moving that bike path from the waterfront and closer to Western and taking it away from the lake, and we were very conscientious about not doing that.
Absolutely.
And this still reflects that.
Correct, yes. I'm going to try and pull up this thing again. Maybe it will magically show this. And I'll be happy to show the... why is this not working? This is frustrating. Do you have the illustrative plan by chance? It's the one with all the color. It looks like that. Do you have that one? Okay. Well, we'll make that... Anyway, that... Sorry. Anyway, happy to show this to you. Basically, the whole point of this is as was discussed, it's the same information that we shared at the meeting, what was that, 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago, I think. Basically, every inch of the water is always open to the public, and it's going to be dedicated that way. That's how we want it to be. All the peninsulas, irrespective of who owns them, are public parks. There was a really good comment about, I want to have this peaceful experience. Nobody has been able to get out on the East Peninsula who wasn't a boater in decades. That's going to be completely renovated, completely open. That will be by far a more beautiful place to hang out on the water, out on the peninsula. That way, fully restored landscape edges or wetland edges. We had a lot of conversations about accessible parking. and access there. We actually have both an accessible kayak launch at the site, and then also additional accessible parking at the base of that peninsula to get people as close as possible to that new peninsula landscape. So we are creating as much public park space as we can. That's all being done at the cost of the developer, irrespective of who owns it. So sorry about this. I don't know why it's not working. It did for a second.
It happens.
Or why it's working on ours.
You guys can still see it?
Yeah,
We can still see it.
Okay.
Oh,
Wait, it's my. I won't.
Yeah.
Picture in your mind quickly.
But we'll get that on. We'll get that on the website.
It's all. I will happily sit here and answer and show everybody, anybody, as long as it takes. So.
Yeah, because that also shows the fishing dock and pier on the
Right.
far western peninsula.
Yes, sir. Yep. I'm gonna flash it again for some reason. So.
Yeah, well, because I'm trying
Yes,
to
sir.
reboot it.
Probably. We'll give it a try.
I'm trying to reboot it to see.
Where's the? Where are we talking about?
There.
She has a document camera. I think he's gonna bring it over for
It's
your.
up.
No.
It was. It
Here,
was.
we
Yeah.
Just come there.
Come on over.
That's what
Let's try.
Yeah.
This works. Can you all see? I
Is
can't
that, well,
see
that's
anything.
Ted's property. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this the
Oh, we got
property is just it's that funky upside down mushroom
There we
shape.
go. That's a little better. Yeah, there's a glare on it.
Yeah, it's not too bad though. You're good.
That light? Okay. All right, I'm gonna hit play and
There we go.
For moving. Alrighty.
This is how we.
All right, so there you can see the forklift coming out of the launch. You can see the cyclists and the walkers going by. The two guys there are the flaggers on both sides. So the cyclists and the bikers and the walkers will always have right of way. So they will go through. Once they're done, you'll see the flaggers will turn and face the path and make sure nobody's coming. There goes the thing. That's just a notional forklift. It won't look quite like that. Once they're clear, the cyclists and everybody can continue to go on through. Boat's getting dunked in the water. Takes a little bit longer than that, but you get the idea. The flaggers will stop the guy coming through if there's anybody coming. Again, the cyclists and pedestrians have right of way. Once that's done, they will go through, and that is how that will work and maintain safe access at all times. And that's a requirement of insurance and everybody else. So this is how it's got to be done. So that is that. And then I want to show that other plan is this. And just so everybody's clear on a couple of things. One, this drawing right here, everything you see here, that orange, is what is currently public space. I want this to be really clear for everybody because I know there's a lot of misperceptions. What you see on there is the current publicly accessible space where the public can go now. That East Peninsula over here, this is interesting, I've never done it this way. That is publicly owned and is City Muskegon property and will stay City Muskegon property, but has been inaccessible to anybody who wasn't a boater for decades. And then the orange line there is the path. What it will be when this is done, everything that you see there on orange is what will be open to the public. Okay, so everything on there, irrespective of who owns the land, all of that is open to the public. You can see the fishing pier out there. You can see all the paths, all the peninsulas, the waterfront. Notice in particular, every inch of that waterfront is always open to the public. The path is always between any development and the water, so the public gets the water. So that is just the comparison. So that is what you can access now publicly. That is what you will be able to access in the future publicly. So when we get to the plan, I was referring to the East Peninsula. That right now, like I said, there's a big giant chain link fence that will come down just as soon as we can. We have additional accessible parking right there and more accessible fishing right there for folks who want to be able to get there if they're concerned about existing access. That'll be all ADA parking there. We have 85, 83, 84, something like that, new parking spaces here for additional access out to these parks and the paths. We have, again, all the other parks and paths and routes to get out there. You can't quite see the way fence on there, but it is on there, and the fishing pier. So if there are any other questions, I will stop. Sorry.
Thank you much. No, this is very illustrative, so I appreciate the additional visuals.
Excellent.
Commissioners, any additional questions?
Way to go, Jake.
Yeah. Problem solver.
Questions or comments, commissioners?
Oh wait, I have a question. I'm fascinated
Mr. Gorman.
by the flaggers. Has that always been part of this process, or is that something new? I guess.
Mr. Leesman had previously indicated that he was planning on having personnel there.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm fascinated by the flaggers. That visual is very helpful for me. I hope that we can distribute that and that helps
We'll
communicate
post it
the
on our
idea.
website.
Yeah.
It'll be on, I think it's already on, if it's not on the Adelaide Facebook, it probably will be.
Did you say then that other communities where this is having flaggers is not new?
No,
To that
I mean,
process. Okay.
more to the point, every single almost everywhere, you would completely keep the public out. You wouldn't, you'd close it off. That's the normal process. You have Taurus and Marine, for example, which is a very long-standing process where they've managed to safely cross a much busier street for ever.
And the bike path. And the bike path.
Yeah. So that is,
Same bike
you know,
path.
it's not only that, but even here. So I don't want to speak to whatever their process is, but I mean, this is not an uncommon thing. But what is uncommon is that the fact is that we're making a huge effort to make sure that the public maintains right away. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wykamp. Any additional questions for Mr. Wykamp? No? All right. We had public comment at the beginning of the meeting, sir, and there will be public comment at the very end of this meeting, yes, per our agenda. Thank you, sir. So we're going to be considering the Adelaide Point addendum that has been pulled from this agenda at a future meeting. That spells out the anticipated investments, bonding, and any reimbursement. We are presently anticipating next Wednesday at our LPC meeting. Are we sticking to that for now?
That's one of our options.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, I guess we discuss that under any
It's-
other business
yeah,
once
yeah.
we get through this.
Yeah.
But right now, the question at hand is an amendment to this planned unit development and the land uses permitted on this property. We have those conditions that have been added insofar as that driveway is concerned to be publicly accessible, a sidewalk to be added, and the setback with landscaping for it. We are now going to move to a vote unless you have any final questions or comments on this item. While this does not provide control or authority over our public properties, I will say that it anticipates or is contemplating being able to use the drop lifts there, the drop lifts that were constructed in the 80s and used for this very same purpose in the 80s and the 90s by Lumbertown. And it's infrastructure that is there now, as well as a launch ramp, does not give exclusive use to either of those, and does not even give preferential treatment or use of the launch ramp. That launch ramp will continue to be first come, first serve for its uses, and open to the general public as well. I personally think it is reasonable to use existing infrastructure such as the drop lifts that have been there, underutilized, with the possibility to create significant economic development that's not only to support these public amenities here and this immediate vicinity, but taxable revenue that's going to support services and programming in the future across our city. And so it seems sensible to me, with a considerable amount of benefit and value being unlocked by that usage, with minimal interruption or harm to the public spaces as is. So those are my thoughts on that, and I'll be supporting this PUD amendment, and we will be considering the addendum separately. So, roll call, please.
Commissioner Hood,
Yes.
Vice Mayor German,
No.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Emery,
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, any other business, and then we'll go to public comment for wrap up. Under any other business, we're going to have to consider that Adelaide Point addendum that was on this agenda but had been removed in the future. And so we were contemplating and talking with our city manager earlier that we had a regularly scheduled legislative policy committee meeting for next Wednesday, February 22nd, I believe. Yes, next Wednesday, 5:30, February 22nd. And so we figured that we could place that, assuming we have everything in order for that we figured we could place that on that regularly scheduled meeting and tackle that. And then probably limit any other items on there. We'll get updates with regard to the items that were on the LPC agenda last time around. We'll get updates on that. And then we might also have a presentation on responsible contracting from the Director of Advocacy for Laguna. But other than that, I'm not contemplating additional items being on there unless the commission has really burning desire to add items. Is there some concern down there about this schedule?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
Nothing. There might be
I
another
thought there might have been a
item
conflict.
that we'll talk.
Okay.
There could be another one.
We'll address separately.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioners, are you comfortable with that? Using our LPC meeting for next Wednesday to consider the Adelaide Point addendum. Next Wednesday, February 22nd, is our LPC meeting.
What time are you talking about?
5:30. Yeah. It's the fourth Wednesday of the second month of each quarter.
Yeah. That's fine.
Does that give staff enough time and the developer enough time?
We'll be talking with the developer tomorrow about the particulars on the addendum. So I'm sure that we'll have something for you to discuss. But yeah, we'll see.
So we might get an update, but we might actually vote on that.
Yeah.
In which case, that could be on our February 28th general session. Okay. Okay.
Does that give us enough time then? If it's on the I don't want to be in a pinch and making.
I think we'll talk with the developer,
Okay.
and I'll get some feedback to you guys on when we think we can work out the details on the particulars of the addendum and how that goes, and that's just breaking down how the financing goes on the project, whether that that starts to shift, that can be part of it. So,
Okay, I appreciate that.
Sorry, I didn't know so far away from the mic I was.
Oh, no, that's good. So no concrete date yet on that, but in the near future.
Yeah.
So our city manager will keep you posted.
Yeah.
Keep us posted. All right. Anything else that the commission would like to address under any other business?
I'd like to address something.
Yes, Vice Mayor German.
Yeah, this is Black History Month, and I always pay tribute to a historical figure who has paved the way for not only Black history and blacks in this country, but have gave many contributions to the United States. First of all, I'm going to just start out with how Black history got started. In 1915, in response to the lack of information on the accomplishments of Black people available to the public, historian Carter G. Woodson, co-founder an association for the study of Negro life and history. In 1926, founded the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History. The group declared the second week of February as Negro History Week to recognize the contributions of African Americans to the U.S. history. Few people studied Black history and was not included in the textbooks prior to the creation of the Negro History Week. This week was chosen because it included the birthday of Frederick Douglass, which you see here on the screen, and I'll talk about him a little bit more later. An abolitionist, someone who wanted to end the practice of enslaving people. The former U.S. President, Abraham Lincoln, President Lincoln led the United States during the Civil War, which was primarily fought over enslaved Black people in the country. Many school leaders began to recognize the weeks after its creation. The long event officially became Black History Month in 1976 when U.S. President Gerald R. Ford extended the recognition to honor the too often neglected accomplishments of Black Americans in the area of their endeavors throughout the history. Black History Month has now been celebrated in the United States every February since. And I said I'd talk about Frederick Douglass, who was very instrumental in this part, and he's one of my favorite historians, and his quotes, as I will share with you later. Frederick Douglass was born an enslaved person in February of 1818. He was about 8 years old. The owner sent him to work in Baltimore, Maryland. Although people didn't want enslaved people to learn how to read, the wife of the man Douglass worked for taught him anyway. When he was about 20 years old, Douglass disguised himself as a sailor and escaped to New York, a free state without slavery. He continued to read as much as he could, which helped him become a great storyteller. While living in Massachusetts, he spoke at meetings of abolitionists, people who wanted to end slavery and the practice of enslaved people. He told them about his life as an enslaved person. He was such an amazing speaker that he started traveling around the northern states, trying to convince large groups of people to end the practice. Douglass was freed in the north, but he was still enslaved in the south. Soon he became famous and had to move to England, so his former owner could not capture him. In 1847, Douglass's friends raised money to buy his freedom from his owner, and he returned to the United States. But no matter where he was, Douglass continued to give powerful speeches and to urge the end of enslaved people until he died, February 20th, 1895. His words are still inspired people today. And if you can see on the screen there, I just will give you some of his quotes. He stated, there is no struggle, there is no progress. It is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. Power concedes nothing without demand. It never did, and it never will. I will unite with anybody who wants to do right and with nobody to do wrong. And that's my tribute to the Black History Month. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Excellent tribute. Thank you, Vice Mayor German.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson.
It's certainly important that we celebrate Black history, for Black history is American history.
Yep.
Any other items that you wish to discuss under any other business before we move to public comment? All right. I would just like to acknowledge and celebrate and convey appreciation for our staff on that February 2nd public forum with regard to Adelaide Point, Hartshorn Village, and its impacts on public properties, public recreation, and Hartshorn Marina. They put a lot of work and effort into organizing and facilitating that forum. It was a new format and style for us, one we wish to continues to improve and replicate and deploy to help communicate and with our residents and receive feedback to inform how we proceed and inform how we govern and have that engagement, because we truly want that. We want to work in concert and partnership with our residents. So I think staff did an excellent job with that forum. It is available. The recording of our Director Ekholm, our Development Services Director, his presentation on this is on the website, as well as the Q&A period that was recorded with our leadership team and the frequently asked questions. So questions that we're not able to get to during that Q&A recorded period are available on the website. as well as a host of other resources about the history of these properties and how the developments have evolved too. The development plans have evolved. And so I encourage people to go to the city's website and look for that with regard to Lower West Western to further inform themselves and get questions addressed. And if you have still outstanding questions, then reach out to our city team. We'd be happy to get information to you. And so I just want to kudos to our team, and thank you especially to our communications and engagement manager, Deborah Santiago Sweet, for leading that out, and all of our city team that was involved with that process. Just want to say thank you. So. And if you participated in that and you have feedback as to what you liked or what you didn't like or how it can be improved, we want to hear that. We want to know so that we can improve that process and get better at how we engage and serve our community. So please get that feedback to us. Public comment on any agenda item. So I'll get to you last. We got someone else, Mr. Alexander, and I believe Dr. Pletty would like to speak as well, but I don't have his form for the end of the meeting, but we can forego that. I do have Maria McIntosh, who had submitted a form. Hi, yay, you're still here. Very, very patient. Maria, joining us from Jackson Hill, welcome again.
So, hello again. I will be very brief. All I want to do was just invite everybody out to the Rap with Your Rep Community Vision Board Party. We've been advertising on the radio and also in various different places, but the whole premise of the event, and I want to thank the commissioners that are able to make it, along with the county commissioners and the council from the city of Muskegon Heights as well, and the city managers. So the premise of this event is Rap with Your Rep. So there's a lot of miscommunication. There's a lot of different things that go on. There's a lot of elephants in the room. Specifically, with the Livability Lab, they speak to, we partner with the Livability Lab, and they speak to the social determinants of health. And specifically under the social determinants of health, there's areas called community conditions, and those community conditions that we pulled out as far as our team, Minority Voices for Inclusion, dealt with issues of polarization, so feeling like you're not being heard, lack of trust in elected or government officials or leadership, and then the third area, lack of support or cross-sector partnerships. So the point of this meeting is for people to come out, have the opportunity to rap with your rep, talk with your rep, put those elephants out there in the room in a respectful manner, so that everybody it can be passionate, definitely passionate, but respectful. We don't want any name calling or anything like that. But put those things out there. Allow the elected officials to give you some insight, give you feedback, maybe correct a train of thought that you might have had, or just be able to add to something that maybe you didn't know. And then from there, as a community, we'll be able to say, hey, this is what we specifically want for our community. So that's where the Community Vision Board Party part comes in, where we can work collaboratively together at one table, hopefully coming up with some solutions for real change and real unity within the community. So a community, as far as we're concerned, we want a community with unity, but not necessarily uniformity. We don't have to be the same. We don't have to look the same. We don't have to act the same. But on some basic things, we can all come together and have some real solutions. So it's Rap with Your Rep. It is Saturday at the GVSU Hub downtown from 2 to about 2:45. We're going to be, Country Kitchen is going to be catering it, so it's going to be some great food. And then after that, from about 3 to 5 p.m., we're going to have the event. We do have a keynote speaker who's agreed to come in. He is the senior advisor and organizer for the NCRC. And what's so amazing about him is that he was President Obama's mentor, recruiter, advisor in his Southside Chicago days. So thank you so much. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. McIntosh. I appreciate you facilitating the event. I look forward to participating. Thank you. Take care. Be well. All right, Dr. Paletti, I believe you'd like to address the commission and our final public comment. You have up to 3 minutes to provide remarks, and welcome again from Beechwood Bluffton.
Okay, hey, thanks. I just want to know, I don't know, it seems like there's a lot of time. We've got a first name basis with the developer, and he's open to talking to you, but I wish you would talk to some of us. That I've done a lot of work. I went down to Grand Haven. I researched what it's entailed to put these boats in and the risks that are involved. I videotaped the areas that are concerned and my concerns. There's going to be more bike traffic. I mean, there's going to be more boat traffic. This is a point that seemed to get missed. Yes, they're going to be crossing the trail, but now there's a boat hangar with 300 boats sitting there that, according to the guy I talked to in Grand Haven, initially will be 50 boats a day going in and out across that trail. And it's proximal to a huge, it's going to, a launch area that's going to be catering to larger boats. So there's things that aren't really being considered in this that I'm concerned about, and I just wish there was more than that. And then the last thing, my God, we're in a climate emergency, and we're going to put rocket boats out there that suck gas like nobody's business. We're going to have a mile, 2 gallons to a mile or something like that. When are we going to consider that? And we just cleaned up our lake, and now we're going to pollute the heck out of it. And then what about the fish? Isn't that part of our economy here in Muskegon? I love Muskegon. But, I mean, everyone thinks that we have to do all these things to change it to make it better. Is that going to be better? Are we going to serve humanity? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paletti. Appreciate you sharing your perspective. Yeah, you're certainly welcome. Mr. John Allen Jr.
John Allen,
Nelson Neighborhood.
John Allen, Nelson Neighborhood. Just a couple of things, especially relative to the presentation from the developer's representative and the video we got to see. I'm curious, that's great. Maybe for normal days, I can say the volume I saw there is not accurate to what I see from my boat, but pub pedal. Are they going to not launch boats all day, or are we going to have some really gnarly problems on the way home from the beach with a lot of, usually intoxicated people? 2 flaggers are going to stop. That's just one. There's also the 5K that takes place on the trail. There's the run group. Again, I know they're saying they'll wait, but the pub pedal specifically is like that's a pretty large group of people to try and corral, especially if you're actually recovering boats at the time everyone is finishing and inherently probably inebriated. And then on a second note, relative to the management agreement and that going along with the purchase of Hartshorn Village, the infrastructure and the buildings themselves at Hartshorn Marina are so far past the point of, and because the carrot on the stick has been given to us every time this development comes up relative to the marina. We'll fix your bathrooms when we get all these condos done. We'll build this pool when we get this part of the project done. We'll do this when our part's fixed. But yet, all of the marina is subsequently falling into a state of disrepair. And I've heard even more recently that it's been denied for the small bit of repair. The door doesn't, it's a door stop, the things that actually just pull the door shut. The men's bathroom hasn't had one for a year. So, I would like to maybe present to you, the commission, to look into allotting the funds we need for that, since clearly development or that part of the agreement has been forgotten or neglected or just brushed over, or again pushed down the road until there's nothing left. Like their project will be done and we'll still have a door hanging wide open with a blue heron that actually invited itself into my friend's presence while he was relieving himself in the stall because the door doesn't shut on its own. This is a real story. I'm just, like I said, it was funny, but it really, like, you look at those buildings, there's holes in the roof. Legitimately big, major problems. Not like, oh man, the bathrooms aren't nice or this isn't that. It's like, and moreover, I heard that the fire pit and the grill will be removed, even if the pavilion will be remaining at the end of the large boat basin to make room for the dinghy launch and everything else, which I pointed out at work session is, and even here, the fire pit is an essential part of what that little rentable space is. It's where countless times we've gathered around. So ripping all those kinds of things out unnecessarily when all the infrastructure was already there and in place, and like a tree just needs to be removed for the dinghy launch to work now. I don't know why we're going through this many hoops when it's already right there. And again, just all the infrastructure is there. It just needs to be repaired. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. I see our DPW director back there. You've taken note and heard that, and you can evaluate and consider. Okay, excellent. Dave Alexander.
I do.
Oh wait, did you want to speak? We're holding Dave last. So.
I do have one person on.
I appreciate everybody who's here and who's been here and who's stayed here. Done all the work.
Ms.
Leah Markowski, eventually 284 West Grand. So I just wanted to reiterate two things that I know you voted on the proposal before you today, but you have potential amendments, and we have the opportunity to engage with the developer in the future. We have the ability to inform him of what the community wants and needs, and he has the ability to make changes as well. So I think we need to continue to vie for moving our fishing area to where there's actual deep water. We've talked about that. The Watershed Partnership has provided you with details regarding where previous grants have been offered for deep water fishing. That would be a better location of where it is currently, as well as I strongly request the city to clarify their ownership of the Middle Peninsula, whether you do that through an addendum or future information, but we do not believe that the current property line is shown as accurate in this proposal. I feel like I have one more thing, but it's getting too late and I can't remember. So thank you everybody for your time. Yes, that's exactly what it was. She knew my brain. Not a forum, but a. We do have a presentation. Sorry, that was exactly what I was going to do. We have a film that is going to be shared with the community as a whole. It will be at the Fruenthal. It is Lake Erie situation, which is geared towards concerning ourselves with harmful algae blooms. The evidence would be from Lake Erie, but the question is how might that impact us here in Muskegon? It's a feature-length film. It has won awards across film festivals across the country and internationally, and I encourage everyone to come. It will be free February 23rd at 6 p.m. Thank you. Panel of experts who know lots of things, and I don't have the information in front of me.
Thank you, Ms. Markowski. All right. Boom.
It's time for me to go to bed.
We have Renee Hesselink of Eggleston Township who wanted to talk about a possible grant opportunity about energy. So,
Excellent.
Renee, you're on.
Welcome, Ms. Hesselink.
Great,
You have
thank
3 minutes to provide your remarks.
You're all exhausted. It's after 10 o'clock, so I'll make this brief, but I just wanted to make sure that this is on our radar screen because soon there will be money coming down from the federal government for the Inflation Reduction Act, and some of that will be geared towards energy efficiency projects. And so I want to make sure that we're working on that, and obviously there's a lot of details lacking yet. It seems to be getting closer, but I don't want all the money going to the larger communities. I want to make sure that we get our fair share to help our citizens make their homes more energy efficient. And I know energy efficiency isn't sexy like renewables, so that's why I'm keeping it on everyone's radar screen. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Hesselink.
Thank you.
All right. Before I call up Mr. Dave Alexander, one thing that I wanted to mention with regard to the Adelaide Point development is that the novel inclusion there of infrastructure to support electric powered boating. This is not universally gas powered boating, but also inclusive of infrastructure for electric power boating, and also infrastructure for electric vehicles there as well. And we didn't even talk about some of the environmentally forward or green forward aspects of that development, from mass timber renewable energy. I was thinking of it, with Ms. Hessling talking about access to renewable energy grants, but there's a lot of environmentally friendly, green forward aspects to the Adelaide Point development that we should really be celebrating and pointing to as the gold standard of how development should be done in our community, and embrace more projects like that. But with that said, Mr. Dave Alexander, thank you for your patience.
Do I get to close this show?
You get to close this show.
Dave Alexander, Business Development Manager, City. I just wanted to report upon the conversation that we had, DPW, and the presentation you had on landscaping, that the Downtown Development Authority and Business Improvement District had their first joint meeting ever this morning. That they looked at Western, Third, and the Planters as the areas for the landscaping. The bid unanimously agreed to pay for those private landscaping contracts for the summer of 2023, and that the DDA unanimously agreed to pay for the summer landscaping of those areas 2024 through 2027, and that they will be part of your item that comes to you on the 28th.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Appreciate that update and you staying with us to the end. All right, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, that was unanimous. All right, I'll take that as we are adjourned. Thank you, take care, and be well.